Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Oh, it's really great to be here with all of you. Just an amazing morning. I'm looking forward to just hearing all the conversations, being a part of it. Thank you for letting me be your MC. I want to thank Emerson and Paul. Really an honor to be back in Boston. I used to live in Boston. My name is Frank Holland. I'm now an anchor at CNBC. I used to be an anchor and reporter at WCVB and NBC Boston. And again, really great to be back here with you. Boston, really one of my favorite cities, one of my favorite places. Really great to be here as your MC of the dinner conference. It's been convening men of color for 20 years. Hard to believe, for 20 years. And of course now we have the women's dinner group. It's just expanding and growing and becoming such an important part of this city and this community. So I actually moved to Boston, I think it was like almost 10 years ago now. Again, I came to WCVB. I didn't know a lot about the city. I didn't have any friends here. I didn't have any families here. And then I found out about the dinner group. And I went and just really embraced from the beginning. It really helped me just get acclimated to this city. I moved here in the winter. I think we all know how Boston can be in the winter. It was hard to make friends, it was hard to meet people, and this really just helped me, make my way in this community, make my way in the city, helped me professionally, personally, in every other way. I just want to give a big round of applause to them and just what they mean for this city. All right. We absolutely have a great lineup of speakers for you today, but before we get all that started, I want to introduce Betty Francisco, one of the leaders of the women's dinner group, and Emerson Foster, co-leader of the men's dinner group.
I like to milk the music a little bit. My name is Emerson Foster.
And I'm Betty Francisco.
Yes. Each year it's always great to kind of look out at this room, and, it's a big inspiration kind of sitting here and just seeing what this room looks like. And oftentimes we say about the dinner group, we're walking into rooms unlike ones that we've ever walked into before. And to see all these beautiful faces, these beautiful colored faces in the audience is just wonderful to see, what we've brought together here today. So, first order of business, this is 9/11. We know it's a somber day for the country, and we certainly want to take a moment of silence for those that lost their lives that day. On this day each year, I always think about my friend Christine Barbuto, who was a classmate of mine at the University of Rhode Island. She was on that American Airlines, I think the second airline that struck the second tower in New York. So let's take a moment of silence for those folks that lost their lives on September 11, 2001. Thank you. Okay, so history of our group, many of you know, we started here in Boston. I always want to emphasize that, because there's some folks around the country who think our folks aren't here in Boston, right? And so we convene these networking events in the city. We've been doing it for 20 plus years. We're now in Atlanta. I don't know if any of my folks in Atlanta are here. We're in Atlanta, Charlotte, Washington, D.C., Providence, Rhode Island. Love the group in Providence. They do a great job. San Diego, Dallas, Miami, New York City. Did I say Washington, D.C.? I think I did. So we are growing, and you say, okay, why has this concern grown so much? Well, the issues of us connecting with each other are not just particular to the Boston area. This is the dynamic, I think, within our community across the country, and so these gatherings have certainly resonated for our folks across the country. I saw my brother from the New York dinner group. Where is he? NYC dinner group. Okay, maybe he's not in. Rodney, where's Rodney? No, Rodney's not here. Okay. So there's some folks who have come in from around the country to be with us today, and so thank you for attending. The dinner group committee, this is not an easy undertaking, as you see, and we certainly apologize for the badge, and we'll try to get that squared for the, when we have a break, you can go out and get your badges. So really apologize for that, and bear with us where that's concerned. But the dinner group committee, please come up to the stage. As I mentioned, it's not a small undertaking trying to put this together. It's many, many months, year plus of planning. So I certainly want to recognize Mr. Paul Francisco, Ms. Sharia Wade, Christina Bryant, Natalie Gauthier, and Connie Cabello. Again, this is folks using their discretionary time to provide this value to all of us. So really, really thank the committee. And the women, as you know, and Betty will speak a little bit more about the women's dinner group, but, they strong-arm Paul and I to say, hey, we have to get this done. And frankly, they've come out of the gate. When the women come together, as you all know who've been to women's dinner groups, events, it's a large number. It's great networking, great engagement. So thank the women for that. I don't believe my guy Peter Pedro is in this room. There's some individuals that have been kind of bedrocks of our group, and I know Peter Pedro is not here, but I want to recognize Peter. Anyone who knows Pete Pedro, if you see him, let him know that we recognize him from the podium. But Pete has been a central part of growing the dinner group over the years, so certainly want to do that. And there are many companies represented in this room. We know we have the sponsors, and thank you for your support, and I'll mention that in a moment. But there are many other companies here represented. This event, as you know, is a free event, and without the sponsors, we cannot have this event. And so for those that didn't sponsor that are in the room, please take this back to your company. Let them know what the room was like, and really try to engage them on providing some support to the conference. We had different plans this year. We had to change them a little bit, and one of the reasons is our fundraising and being able to support this financially. So please take this back to your employers and help them understand what we're doing here and get them the support. The last thing I would say is the conference is just one thing that we do throughout the year. Our regular engagements are our networking events. Right? And so similarly for those companies that have had us in their building and have hosted our events, we need more of those organizations. And, you think about it, being able to kind of marshal this number of people into a company, especially at this time, right? There's this perspective of the talent of color is not in Boston. Whereas we have talent here. Look at the room, right? And so we'd like to bring that value to the companies, and there's a win-win there, right? We get an opportunity to come in and network and do the things that we do, but then the companies get an opportunity to engage, great talent and brand their organization to this cohort. So really, for those that may want to host one of our networking events, please reach out. Okay. At this point, I will turn it over to Betty. Sorry. As usual, I forgot something. I want to recognize the sponsors. In particular, NBC Universal, Fidelity, and Liberty Mutual. The three of you are really kind of the underpinning of this conference and have led us here from a sponsorship standpoint. But I want to certainly mention all of our sponsors. Blue Cross Blue Shield, MFS, Beth Israel, Leahy, Kahila, Dana-Farber, Global View Communications, Greg Almeida, thank you. Vertex, Cambridge Health Alliance, Mike James, John Hancock, Bridgewater State University, American Tower, Foxwoods and Wonder Nation, Consigli Construction, Eastern Bank. You saw a list of the most charitable organizations in Massachusetts. Decatur was one of them. But Eastern Bank, I'm sure, I don't know where you guys were, but you may have been number one. I'm not sure. And then State Street, obviously, was a big presence there as well. Woke Radio, thank you. DJ Knowledge. Sarepta Pharmaceuticals has been a tremendous partner to us, so thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Emerson. So first, I want you to join me in expressing our deepest gratitude and thank you to Emerson and Paul for starting this 20 years ago and taking it to yet another level, right, way beyond Boston, where it's influencing many, many professionals of color across cities in the U.S. Without their leadership and their vision for what this could be, we would not have rooms that look like this. We would not have networking events, right, that sell out in 24 hours, that are bringing professionals of color together. So it's really important to have leadership in our city that knows how to amplify and highlight our talent. So thank you for everything that you've done. So on behalf of the Women's Dinner Group, I'm really excited to welcome all of you today. This is the first time we're bringing together the men and women. And it is powerful to see this beautiful sea of people. Usually when Paul says, oh, we have, the dinner group event, and there's 300 people in the room, and I see the picture on LinkedIn, I'm like, wow, it makes me so proud, right, to see just this talent that we have here in our region. And now the women have stepped it up, and we've I think, surpassed some of those turnouts. So thank you to all the women who have embraced this and have come together to support the launch of the Women's Dinner Group. So I'm particularly excited to highlight some of the successes we have, and I want to again highlight our co-founders, Anna Foster, who is out there at the convention center, making sure people are getting into this room. But Anna is the backbone and my co-founder of this initiative, but also obviously Connie, Christina, Natalie, and Sharia, thank you for everything that you've done to help get this off the ground. And in just one short year, because we kick ass, right? In one short year, we've hosted 3 women's dinner groups with our partners at Blue Cross Blue Shield, Fidelity, and Takeda. I mean, they sell out within 48 hours. We have 500, 600. RSVPs cannot accommodate all that need, and it shows you the importance and the desire for professionals to come together in sisterhood, for networking, for relationship building. This is necessary. And so we're excited that we've been able to launch the Women's Dinner Group and have already seen the results of this. We do this not just to come together, but to support each other, to create job opportunities, to help small businesses. We've seen some successes of people forging deep relationships and partnerships. So we thank you for coming to these, but also building the network of opportunity. And so that shows you just really the critical need that social capital plays, and what we call relational infrastructure for people of color, professionals of color. And if anyone were to claim that there's no diversity in Boston or in our region, we are proof that our city not only embraces diversity, but thrives on it. We're leaders in talent, and our diversity is truly our city's strength. So looking ahead for the Women's Dinner Group, our goal is to host quarterly events in 2025 across the greater Boston region. And if you are a corporate partner or if you want to host one of these, we encourage you to reach out. We are looking for partnerships to continue hosting these events. And then for those of you that have come or are new to this, please sign up for our newsletter, stay connected with us so that you can get access to the opportunities coming up. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview of the day. We have a really exciting program for you. The theme for this conference is empowering yourselves to empower our community. And we have a day of enriching experiences planned for you. So here's what you can look forward to. On the screen, you'll see a QR code. On your tables, there's a QR code with the program agenda. We're going to kick off with our Trailblazers Award, where we're going to honor 4 outstanding business and community leaders. Our opening keynote is going to address the current state of our Black and Brown communities. And then you're going to participate in a number of invigorating leadership, professional development, and civic engagement sessions. The networking lunch is going to energize and inspire you. And in the afternoon, we're hosting a Meet the Authors event with a book signing with 4 talented authors. And last but not least, from 3 to 6, I encourage you to visit the career marketplace. Whether you're actively job hunting or you're just curious about job opportunities, our corporate partners are really eager to engage with you, so make sure to stop by. And don't worry, we built in plenty of networking time for you, both at the breaks, the networking lunch, and then later in the afternoon. And I also encourage you to visit the small businesses and collaborators that are outside the room. We have 16 exhibitors who are there to share their products and services. So to cap off the day, we have a networking mixer tonight at the Grand, and we have tickets available for that. So please, when you scan the agenda, there is another code for you to buy tickets for the networking reception. So we encourage you to see you there tonight. So I urge you to make the most of the day, to form connections, to build new relationships, and find ways truly to support each other, to open doors, to share opportunities. This is a chance to grow personally and professionally while strengthening our community, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So I'm going to turn it back to Frank, our MC.
And one more round of applause for the founders of the dinner group and the women's dinner group. So as Betty just mentioned, it is time for the Trailblazer Award. This is an annual award given to those in our community that are opening a path for development and progression for people of color in this community. This year's awardees are Pamela Amy Leans, April English, Hector Colon, and Quincy Miller. And we're going to have a presentation for each awardee. We're going to start off with asking Costanza Cabello to come up to the stage to present first.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Constanza Cabello. Most folks know me as Connie for short. Please feel free to call me Connie. That's what my friends call me. So it is a great honor to present Pamela Leans with the Trailblazer Award. Born and raised in Boston, Pam is my fellow first-generation Chilean American who found her educational foundation in Boston Public Schools. She attended Northeastern University, go Huskies, where she studied leadership and nonprofit management. Taking 18 years to earn her bachelor's and another 3 for her master's, Pam's scenic route has taught her resilience, perseverance, and a love for learning. To know Pam is to know a fiercely devoted and passionate leader. Pam has a knack for program development, strategic planning, advocacy, and resource development. One of her proudest accomplishments is leading a citywide initiative that increased educational funding by 65%, directly benefiting thousands of Boston students. Pam wears many hats, often all at once. As the executive director of the Boston Education Fund, she is dedicated to making education more equitable for Boston public school students. She recently launched Equity Boston, a groundbreaking effort to raise $10 million to support underserved students, families, and educators. Pam is also a businesswoman, running 2 local barbershops in The Cut, located in Mission Hill and Nubian Square. So make sure you go get your haircut over there. I could go on and on about her community leadership and achievements, but I wanted to share a few words from her team at Boston Education Fund. Pam takes care of her people. Her warmth, generosity, and genuine care for her community set her apart as a determined and effective advocate for equity. Someone else said, Pam has a relentless drive and passion for her work. She's thoughtful, compassionate, and fiercely loyal to her team. She brings a sense of hope and joy to every conversation. She's a force of nature, willing to do whatever is needed to advance equity for Boston students, and we're lucky to have her as our leader. Please join me in congratulating Pamela Leans as one of our Trailblazers. We have the physical award somewhere, but we'll pretend we have one.
Not supposed to be crying this early in the morning, although I am a big crybaby. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. All right, you can tell I've been in education for a while, right? Good morning, everyone. I'm super nervous. Anybody that knows me knows I don't like the spotlight at all. I like to be behind the scenes doing the work. So when Connie told me about this, the first thing I said was like, why? I'm like, are you sure? I'm like shaking. Oh my goodness. All right. Whew. All right. So I do want to say thank you. I always say I appreciate the appreciation, but there's just so much more work to do that I'm just busy doing that work, and I love doing it, so I don't mind doing it. Thank you to the dinner group. I want to say thank you to my mom, who's front seat, my biggest supporter, my biggest cheerleader. I would not be here if it wasn't for all of the amazing, the foundation of love that she gave me along with my village. So I really appreciate this. I had a lot of great things to say, but I'm not going to say. I just want to say thank you because I'm really awestruck to be in this room with such amazing people and to be along these other three powerhouses who I idolize is very, very shocking for me still. So go check out In the Cut. I just opened up this week. Shameless plug. In the Cut, Nubian Square. But okay, one thing I will say, so to Connie's point, I do wear a lot of hats. I love wearing all the hats. And before, I think all of us always say, okay, I'm going to put this hat on and this hat on and take this one off. But now I'm really appreciating and embracing the fact that I wear a lot of them, and I'm just going to wear them everywhere I go. So what you see is what you get. What I really want is for our babies to look at me, to look at us and say, hey, look, she got tattoos and she's doing all these really cool things. I can do that too. So I want that to be really the message that everyone else takes. We are dope ass people. And there's still so much work to be done, and it's an honor and privilege to be doing it alongside all of you. Thank you.
We found the awards. That would make sense that they were under the podium. Congratulations. Oh, picture.
All right, one big, huge round of applause for Pamela and Connie. Now I want to welcome, oh, by the way, apologies for the mispronunciation of the last name. I need to work on my Chilean last names, so apologies. Now I want to welcome to the stage Natalie Gauthier, hope I did that one right, to present to April English.
Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Good morning, good morning. So thank you, Frank. So I am such a proud fellow founder of the Boston Women's Dinner Group, and even prouder to present this next Trailblazer Award to Miss April English. She is our Chief Secretary of our Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey. April truly embodies the essence of the conference themes today, which is, again, empowering yourself to empower our communities. We had a number of colleagues just pouring in sentiments when we put out the call of what would you like to, how can we really share anything about what April has done to this, to our state, to our communities. We had sentiments, words of gratitude, acknowledgement about her, and including the governor herself. So although Governor Healey couldn't be here today, she shared these words. If we can just play the video.
Congratulations, April. I'm so sorry I can't be there with you all to celebrate you in person, but I'm sending so much love your way. There's just so much to say about our fabulous April English. I've worked with April for close to 15 years now, and I can't imagine where I'd be without her. She's been a valued colleague, a trusted advisor, a great friend. She's smart, she's tough, she gets the job done. But I think what we can all agree about is that the best thing about April is that she's always putting people first, putting them at the center of what she does. She did that in the Attorney General's office, and she does that now as Chief Secretary in my office. She plays a key role in making sure that our government really reflects the diversity of the people that we're here to serve. She makes sure that young people have mentors and are able to grow in their professions and careers. Her impact is felt beyond the walls of the State House because by bringing needed perspectives and experiences to the table and all that we're considering, we know we can deliver better results for everyone across Massachusetts. So we want to give all our love to April. We're so grateful to her. We appreciate her. We thank her for always lifting others up, for holding doors open for future leaders to pass through. And that's why she's more than deserving of the Trailblazer Award today. April, we're so lucky to have you on our team. Congratulations.
Ooh, the tears are flowing. Yay, job well done. Okay, so from the governor, as you can see, Governor Healy, our colleagues all over Massachusetts and our dinner group team, we'd like to recognize a woman who embodies the sentiment, I see you, I believe in you, I got you. Pamela, you said it right. There are some dope-ass people in this room. And April is definitely a leader in that. As Chief Secretary to the Governor of Moore Healy, she oversees administration's efforts to fill appointments on boards and commissions throughout the administration. Prior to the governor's office, Ms. English worked in the Massachusetts Attorney General's office for over 19 years. Her career at the Attorney General's office, she handled a wide range of cases, including matters in telemarketing fraud, telecommunications, credit counseling, false advertising, just a myriad of things. And as a prosecutor in the Criminal Bureau, she investigated and prosecuted those who committed frauds against insurance and a whole myriad of other things. Even when I first met April, we instantly connected, and I felt energized and inspired. After sharing a few visions, what she does is help folks create the path for others. She does this day in and day out, and she wants to help every single person in this room be a leader to do that as well. April is a true leader through action, mentorship, and allyship. She is an unsung hero, along with our other trailblazers. And she has revolutionized that appointment process for boards and commissions at the state of Massachusetts and amplifies marginalized voices and tirelessly dismantles barriers, creating paths for our voices to be heard and for us to lead. As the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts chair, Herbie DeVerne, shared his words as well. As he put it, she is important to the fabric of the state of Massachusetts. It is my honor and pleasure to present the next Trailblazer Award to April English. Can you please join me?
Good morning. I am too holding back tears. I was like, I'm not gonna cry. Not today. Not gonna cry. And then you hit me with the governor of Massachusetts on a screen in a whole video, which was very much unbeknownst to me. What was shared with me was, your remarks have been sent. Okay, thank you. I'll text her afterwards. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Natalie, my girl. Thank you to the every single one of you from the dinner group, because each and every one of you, and you know this, mean so much to me in different ways from different journeys of my career. And I'm staring at you, Paul, because you remember way back when we were in the Partnership Inc. together, and that's when I met you, and here we are. So thank you, thank you, thank you for this tremendous honor. My mama would be so proud. I don't do what I do to be seen. I do what I do to make an impact in others' lives. I am because you are. So thank you all for being here with us today and celebrating us. A special shout out to my family, my friends, my colleagues, my Spelman sisters, for you all being here with me today. I am humbled, grateful, and filled with immense joy, and I just want to share a little bit of my journey with you. As the youngest of 6, my journey began very early. I had a close family member who had been placed on the school-to-prison pipeline, and I remember hearing the calls for bail. So I knew at a very young age that I wanted to be a lawyer. Unfortunately, I lost that family member to HIV/AIDS my junior year at Spelman. After that, I had no idea where my life was headed, but somehow I willed myself to continue my quest to become a lawyer and came back home to Northeastern University School of Law, where I had my son, my second year of law school, who is with me today. Hey, baby. And somehow I still journeyed forward to graduate law school and become a lawyer, one of the people's lawyers, as was stated, at the Attorney General's office for 19 years, and eventually became the first Chief of Organization Development Inclusion on the executive team for the then Attorney General Maura Healey. And now that she's our governor, I have the distinct honor to serve as her Chief of Appointments, where I oversee the appointments to over 700 plus boards and commissions and thousands of managerial appointments, jobs, throughout the administration. I have my Director of Personnel here with me today. So never in my wildest dreams did I imagine working in the governor's office, but I'm so glad someone imagined it for me. See, I love my job, y'all, because I get to provide opportunities and access, especially for those of us who are often overlooked and not considered. To see your joy when appointed to a board, commission, or council, or when you get that job working for the historical Haley Driscoll administration, or when you attain access to something or someone after you've tried so many times before, to see that joy, it becomes my joy. So as I accept this Trailblazer Award, I'm mindful of what one of my mentors said when she received a similar award. You blaze a trail by making sure others come behind you. And I am committed to doing that. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you. On this side.
What an inspiring message. One more round of applause for April and Natalie. So now I want to welcome one of the co-founders of the dinner group, Paul Francisco. He's going to present to Hector Pina.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So good to see you all. It's when we were going through the process of determining who the Trailblazers were going to be, and we put up names for consideration. When Hector Pina's name came up, it was unanimous decision to make him this year's Trailblazer Award for TDG. One of the reasons, Hector is one of those powerful but quiet leaders. You would never know that he had his hands into something. He's not showy. He's not here for the accolades. Hector's here to get the work done. Hector's here to impact lives and to impact people. He's been feeding many of us for many years as the co-owner of Merengue Restaurant, which he founded and bought back in 1994. Hector is an immigrant from the Dominican Republic and came here, the same year I came to Boston, 1986. And to see you, Hector, do what you do over the years, I've admired your leadership, I've admired your tenacity, I've admired your business acumen, I've admired how you contribute to community, right? And how you persevered, and now owner of now 6 different establishments, I believe it is, from Doña Havana, Bejigantes in the South End, which if you haven't experienced any of his restaurants, him and Nivia's restaurants are phenomenal cuisine experiences. And, me and my family for many years and friends have been going through his restaurants. What a lot of people don't know, though, is that Hector also dedicates a lot of his time to giving back to community, right? Whenever he gets the call to do something to help an organization, right, to cater an event. And oftentimes he does it, out of the goodness of his heart, he does it at a very low cost for these organizations. I'm witness of, one of your organizations that you support, the Base, which you support them tremendously over the years. And I'm just so proud to call you a friend. Hector, anytime I call, there could be months, years that go by, but every time I call, he picks up the phone. And oftentimes when I call him, it's to ask him for something, right? And when I call him this time, I was like, I hope he picks up the phone, because it was to tell him how much we appreciate, how much we watch, and how much we really, truly, he embodies what the work of the dinner group is, right? It's about service, it's about impact, it's about community. And so I'm just so thrilled, Hector, to present you with this award. And I'll ask you to come up and please say a couple of words. And congratulations, Hector. La mano arriba.
Wow. Paul, I admire you, and Betty, everything you do to uplift our community. You guys have dedicated your life to do this, to put us in a better place. Thank you. Whew, I'm nervous too. Good morning. I am truly honored to receive the 2024 Trailblazer Award. First, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Paul Francisco and the whole team of the dinner group for this nomination. I am humbled by your support and belief in my work. To my fellow nominees, I share this recognition with you, as we are all working toward a more just and equitable future. You guys inspire me. I want to thank the people behind me, especially my family and my wife who's here with me today. I also want to thank the dinner group for selecting me for this incredible award. This moment is a reflection of the shared commitment we have to the equity and inclusion in Boston, now around the nation. Our city's strength lies in its diversity, and we must continue to challenge systems, uplift marginalized voices, and make sure everybody feels that they belong. This recognition is not an endpoint, but a reminder of how much work there is still to do. Together, we can ensure Boston is a place where opportunity, fairness, and inclusion is at the heart of everything we do. Thank you.
And one more round of applause for Paul and Hector. And we have one more Trailblazer Award to give out. I would like to call Torhan Dorsey to the stage to present to Quincy Miller.
Good morning, family. All right. Good morning, family. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Ron Dorsey, and I serve as the Chief Impact Officer at the Eastern Bank Foundation. Eastern bankers, let me hear you. All right. Eastern Bank customers, let me hear you. Yes, you make us what we are. Thank you. It's an honor to be with you today and to be honoring four tremendous people who help us thrive in the city of Boston every day. And there's no better way to start a morning than honoring four friends, really, who are more than deserving of the recognition. April, Pam, Hector, thank you for all that you do. I have the distinct pleasure of giving flowers to the final honoree, my guy, Quincy Miller. Quincy currently serves as the President and Chief Operating Officer at Eastern Bank. And if you look at his resume, his professional qualifications alone make him a trailblazer. Having been a leader in banking, I'm not going to give the number of years. I told Quincy, they told me this was a roast when I saw him this morning. He said, no, it's not. No, it's not. Don't do that. But it's critical that he is a leader in banking, a field where our leadership is underrepresented, a field where our presence is critical, especially if we are going to find more just uses for capital and to repair injuries in communities of color that have gone on for far too long. You need a Quincy Miller to do that. Prior to joining Eastern Bank, Quincy cut his teeth in consumer banking at M&T in New York, and then we got him up here in Massachusetts, where he rose to become president at Citizens Massachusetts. And now he, along with Bob Rivers and Dennis Sheehan, are guiding Eastern Bank, one of the region's standout financial institutions, and we like to think corporate citizens. The award, though, is not just an acknowledgement of Quincy's professional accomplishment, but also the civic purpose that you lead with. Quincy's played substantive roles in maybe more organizations than I can count. And I can count pretty high, Quincy. But just to name a few, the Boys and Girls Club of Boston, Bottom Line, Blue Cross Blue Shield, ABL, Greater Boston YMCA, and you are the former chair of the Greater Boston Food Bank and the Urban League of Massachusetts. If that were not enough, he, along with Paul Francisco, where are you, P. Nice? All right, brother, are one of the 19 founders of the new Commonwealth Fund, which is a force for racial justice across the state. As I've gotten to work with and know Quincy more deeply, I've learned, and to use a sports reference, that he has incredible court vision. He has full perspective on the action. He incisively sees what's developing. He can tell you how the market is going to unfold, how things will unfold in this organization, or how they may play out in the community. And Quincy's a very bottom line kind of guy. He's going to get right to the likely result and tell you how to get there. But what I love even more than that incisiveness is that the perspective that he has on the field of play is also one that is deeply compassionate. It's not just about the bottom line for Quincy. It really is understanding the dynamics, the lives at play, trying to get an understanding about what's best for us all. And he brings a great enthusiasm to playing his position. It's hard to play every position on the court. Show up and play your position powerfully. Quincy demonstrates that every day to ensure that there is a mutually beneficial and just outcome to the work that he's involved in and the work that we rely on him to do. So Quincy, I hope that what you're about to do is come up here and say, yeah, man, I did it. That's me. Because it's really not a time for false modesty. So I hope you will come up here, come get this love. You deserve it.
Okay, photo after? Okay, let's make that happen. So it's funny, excuse me. Ron and I didn't know what he was going to say. It wasn't too bad of a roast, though. But the irony is you're going to hear a number of connecting points to the words that were just spoke here. So first and foremost, though, let me thank the dinner group. This is an amazing organization, and I'm thrilled to see all you brothers and sisters here in the room this morning. I want to thank, and there's absolutely honored to sit here next to Hector, April, and Pam, other Trailblazers, because, the honesty is I've never really considered myself a Trailblazer. In fact, when, people ask me about who I am, my typical answer is I'm just a kid from the ghetto who worked really hard and through God's grace had the ability to get to where I am today. And I think as a leader, I've tried to lead with humility. I've tried to lead with compassion and a commitment to others. And that's been a driving success of mine. But as I was reflecting on sort of how I got to where I am today, and it reminded me of something I saw on ESPN last year, speaking about seeing the court, that I thought I could share, which is they had this like mini documentary on a lady by the name of Kara Lawson. Anybody seen that? So if you haven't seen it, you got to go watch this. She's a black woman. She's the head of the women's Duke basketball program. And she has this saying, handle hard better. And this is literally a live just video of her speech to her team that they captured. And it's become sort of their tagline. So I wanted to bring handle hard better to this room today, because what she was really saying to her players was, life is never easy. There are going to be obstacles. You can't wait around for things to get better. You can't, as she says, sit on the corner and wait for the easy bus to come by, because it's never going to come. You got to get out there and handle hard better. You got to raise yourself up to the challenges in front of you. So as I reflect on sort of how I got to where I am today, I think I've just done a really good job at handling hard better. But at the same time, one of the things I've always focused on is sort of what are your strengths and your weaknesses. And so from a weakness perspective, what I'd share is that, at the same time, I've always thought for my career there was sort of something off, something a little missing. Now, I've always had this burning desire to need to prove myself. Now, maybe it's because, I entered an industry where the only person that looked like me was at the role of a branch manager, which is absolutely one of the most important and fulfilling roles that we have in our industry. But when I started my career in banking, that was my career aspiration. But at the same time, from the day I stepped into my role in this industry, I always had this pit in my stomach of having to prove myself. And I think that was based on both real issues of people thinking I could do it, but it was also perceived issues of me thinking I can do it. And I want to be clear, I never really doubted myself, because I've always had confidence. If you give me a shot, you put me on the field, you give me a job, I'm going to get it done. But at the same time, it took me a really long time to own my greatness. I never thought, again, as I said, I'd be here in front of you today. My humility, which is one of my strengths, has also been one of my weaknesses. And my second piece of advice to you, really, for all of my brothers and sisters in the room today, for your own mental health and well-being. Own your greatness. So I hope you take those two things away, those two bits of nuggets, which is handle hard better and own your greatness. Thank you very much.
All right, one more round of applause. And we want to ask all the awardees to come back up on stage and also the presenters to come back up on stage for one big picture. You can keep clapping. Just keep going. Wow, what a great way to start this entire morning, seeing these trailblazers, people who are deeply rooted in this community, their families, their sons, their husbands, their wives, everybody else here, because we all know it really takes a village to do work like they're doing, to do work like Emerson and Paul are doing. It's not only them, but it's their families, it's their friends, it's all of you taking part in it, and it's just really an honor to be here to see something like this happen. All right, now we want to really get our presentations for today going. Are you guys ready? Everybody ready? Okay. All right, we're going to start with our first session. I want to introduce Lucy Perez, who's going to come up to the stage right now. She's from McKinsey & Company. She's going to give a presentation on the state of black and brown communities. And Lucy, can we have you come up to the stage? Very important information. I've actually worked with McKinsey quite a bit myself. Really interesting data about what's going on in our black and brown communities. And Lucy, I will let you take it away.
Thanks so much, Frank. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. I cannot tell you, I mean, I am sitting here, gosh, I get to follow the Trailblazers. I get such bad luck, but really, what an honor to be here, listening to your stories. And I have the feeling as we go through this conversation on the state of black and brown communities, and what are some of the key actions that we need to take, some of the themes that they talked about will come back, right? Because I'm sitting here, or standing, I should say. I'm standing here with you all, right, thinking it was 30 years ago that I arrived in Boston as a teenager from Puerto Rico. You know, really intimidated by the weather, like some of you have mentioned, by the language, right? And it's just a thrill to be able to be here now and share with you some of the work that my colleagues and I at McKinsey & Company have been doing to look at inclusive economies. Why is this so important to us? For us, it is critically important to partner with our clients, be it in the private, public, or social sector, around how to drive sustainable and inclusive growth. Too often, we hear that these are in competition with each other, that they're trade-offs. You choose sustainability, or you choose inclusion, or you choose growth. But the reality is, we need to solve the equation for these three together. It's sustainable and inclusive and growth. And that's the key to long-term prosperity. And so what I would like to do over the next few minutes is share with you some of the research that we've done looking at this question of what is the state of inclusive growth in our country? And I'll be relying on different sets of research. We love numbers. There may be too many numbers on the slides that you guys are going to see. And there's even more numbers behind that you can go look at online. But really understanding the state of Black economic mobility, the state of Latino economic mobility, the state of women in this country. Because there's a lot to dig in and a lot of action to take. Because while I will be sharing a lot of numbers, I think we all have our own individual stories. We know what has been a challenge and what has been an opportunity. One of the reasons I'm so honored to be here today when I think of the dinner group's mission, right, is that some of these values around allyship, sponsorship, mentorship that are so critical to drive that sustainable and inclusive growth is part of what the dinner group enables. And I know that those values have played a significant role in my ability to be here today. And so as we go through this data, I want us to not only reflect on the numbers, think about those stories that we know, but most importantly, think about what actions do we take. Because the reality is there's actions that all of us can take today to drive that much more inclusive economy for all of us. So when we look at economic mobility, we want to think about all the roles that each of us play in the economy. Because we're in the economy not only as workers, but also as savers, as investors, as consumers, as residents, right? Some of us as business owners as well. And the reality is there is a massive gap when we look at the data for Black and Latino residents relative to other groups in this country. For example, I'll point out to just a few of the facts on this page, right? If we think of workers, you have on the page the stat for Latino workers. 39% of Latino workers in this country are in jobs that pay less than $30,000 a year. The stat for Black workers, very close, 42%. So on the order of 40% for those groups, right? We will be talking about business owners. We know small and medium business owners are core to the economy, right? And how little capital is going into these ventures. We're talking about low single digits for both those Black-owned businesses and Latino-owned businesses. And you look at these numbers, and if this is not a catalyst for action, I don't know what is, right? So as we go in, we thought it would be interesting today to take a look at the data, not at a national average, because what happens when we take a look at data at a national average, it hides a bit the nuance, right? It hides the differences that happen not just at a state level, not even, when you keep drilling down, right? You need to understand it almost at that neighborhood or county level. So we've been doing this research to really understand the state of Black and brown residents in this country. And so we took the 3,100 or so counties that exist and looked to understand them and think of them in terms of 13 different archetypes, right? And those are the archetypes that you see on the right-hand side of this page. And I think this is really helpful because as we think about what's the state of play in the country or even in our own state, Massachusetts, is the need to understand the data in a bit more granular detail. Because the actions that we take need to be informed by the local realities. And what you see here, right, is that we have great variety from those mega cities, we're sitting in one today in Boston, right, to some of the other rural outliers that you may see. And where is our population, right? Let's remind ourselves, right? Latinos in this country make about 18% of the U.S. population. Black Americans make about 12% of the U.S. population. And let's not forget the 6 million Afro-Latino that are proud members of both of these communities, right? We're talking collectively on the order of a third of this country, right? And 2/3 of those Black and Latino U.S. residents are concentrated in much more urban areas. The megacities, the high-growth hubs, the urban periphery groups that we're talking about. When you compare that for white residents, we have less than half, on the order of 46% for white residents that are in those same highly concentrated urban areas. What I try to do with this slide is highlight, right, so that we look at it, more specific to Massachusetts, which of these archetypes, right, are the ones where we see in our state. And so you see is that we are represented in 6 of those 13 archetypes. What we did in looking at these is really understand how does life in these different archetypes meet the needs and leads to what kind of outcomes for the residents there. Because these archetypes, what they do is reflect different profiles of economic growth, of business dynamism, labor demographics, industry mixes, right? But there are some common aspirations that every U.S. resident has, independent of their background. And so these are aspirations around having a safe home, a decent standard of living, good job opportunities, financial stability, healthy lives, community. And we took 25 different measures to understand how do, in each of these different archetypes, what are we seeing for the different groups? So let's start taking a look at the data for Massachusetts. What we see here in Suffolk County, where we are today, it is a very diverse community, indeed. Let's look at our own numbers, what a large group we have here, right? In this county, we have about 19% of the population is Black, about 23% of the population is Latino. But when we go a little bit deeper to understand the outcomes and to understand parity, we're falling short. What do I mean by outcomes and what do I mean by parity? The outcomes measure is the way that we compare what are the scores in a given county for either Blacks or Latinos relative to the overall scores in the country for the group. The parity scores refer to how do the scores compare relative to their white counterparts. And so you look at these numbers and they're not that dissimilar, right, between Black and Latinos. I will tell you, there is no county in our country, over those 3,100 counties that I mentioned earlier, where that parity score is 0.75 or higher. Clearly, a lot of work to be done there. Because if we don't close that gap, not only are we having a significant part of our population, we're talking about, again, a third of the population, right, not doing as well, but frankly, we're leaving value for everyone on the table. Because we know when we close the gap for Blacks and Latinos, we build stronger economies for everyone. And what the data shows now is without greater intentionality and action, it's going to take us over a century to close that gap. Over a century. I'm not going to make it all terrible news. Let's take a look at what's been happening for the last decade. Scores have been improving across the board for both Black and Latino communities, but they are not moving as fast as they are for white communities. So while there has been improvement over the last decade, if we don't see an even greater acceleration in the closing of the gap, we're unfortunately not going to be able to close that gap. Here's another closer look at what the data is telling us. Megacities, right, those like Boston, where we have higher concentration of Black Americans and Latinos, are actually the places where we see the worst outcome and parity scores when we take a look for both groups. What you do see then, which I thought it was interesting to see, is how it then, when you look to different archetypes, how things change. Whereas, for example, stable rural counties, you can see, tend to do better for Latinos than they do for Black Americans. I will leave you with this slide as a reminder. We cannot look at the data in our community and stay at the level of the national data only. We need to understand what it means where we are, right, in a much more granular level, because then that begins to open the opportunity to what are the right actions to deploy that help us close that gap and build on the momentum of the last decade. So this is a view of what is the data telling us from a place perspective. I'm going to pivot now and double click, yes, a consultant word I recognize, but we're going to go deeper into what is the story in corporate America first and then for small and medium business owners. We at McKinsey have been looking at the business case for diversity for over a decade. We published some of the first research demonstrating the correlation that exists between having more diverse leadership teams and business outperformance. This was research that began in the U.S. using U.S. company as our backbone for that data. And we've been refreshing it every couple of years or so. It's what you see on this slide. What has been really fascinating and gratifying to see is that as we've expanded this research, and we began with a focus only on women, then we grew to understand the role of racial and ethnic diversity. Then we went to look at it even beyond the U.S. And so right now, the data set that we have over 15 countries in our data set, right? Over 10,000 companies with headquarters, right, all over the world. This business case holds really strong. The greater the diversity of that leadership team, you see the correlation with business outperformance, right? And frankly, this shouldn't really surprise any of us, right? You have more diverse teams, you're increasing the odds of having better understanding of the diverse needs of your customers. Because we know the world, our communities are increasingly diverse. And with that better understanding of your customers, you're better able to build products, solutions, services that you're delivering that meets those needs, and that is foundational to the growth. So we have the business case. What do we see when we look at the data here in the U.S.? And what you see is, again, a story of a lot of work to do. Because while you may look at the beginning of the career journey, and what you see here is how does that funnel look from those frontline jobs that don't have requirements, right, to any educational requirements, for example, to be on them, all the way through a board of directors. What you see is a story where you only have representation that matches the expected demographics. Again, 12% for Black Americans, 18% for Latinos. You only see that representation being met or exceeded in the frontline workers. By the time you get to the C-suite, right, so to those executives and board of directors, we're really far away from being close to representation, right? And this number gets even worse when we cut it just for women. Our women of color are falling even further behind when we look at these numbers of representation. So let's go into this one a little bit more closely, and want to do this in a bit as a homage to having the women's dinner group here for, you know, this first time of collaboration with the dinner group, which is so exciting to see. This is research based on a collaboration that we've been doing with Lean In. We're in our 10th year. It's the largest look at women in corporate America. The data that I'm going to be sharing with you today is our 2023 data. The next report is actually going to be released in the next couple of weeks, so I'd encourage you to be on the lookout for it. What does the story tell us? We have been, again, I'm going to start with the good news. We have been seeing positive improvement, the bottom part of this chart, right? Where we see that women's representation, we start almost at parity, right? When you look at what the numbers look like at that entry level. But by the time we get to that C-suite, we're down to women overall, about a quarter of the roles. When you go in and look into women of color, we're talking about only 1 in 16 of those roles are going to women of color. When the numbers, again, should tell us it should be at least 1 in 3. Massive difference. Too often, we focus on the last step, right? And we hear a lot about the glass ceiling. Today, I'm going to encourage us to think about instead the broken rung. Are people familiar with that expression, the broken rung? Okay. I see some people are raising their hands. What's the broken rung? It's the first step in your career. It's that first promotion, you know, that first validation and getting to the next level that happens when you're going from the entry-level position to that first managerial role. That is greatly broken. That is actually where we're seeing the biggest gap. Take a look at this data. We're going from being 48% when we look at women overall and have that go to 40%, right, in that next step. This is the critical step where we're losing talent and that ability to propel and have a very rich pipeline, so that when people make the comment, oh, we're not diverse at the top because there's no talent. Come on, look around the room. Look at the numbers and what they tell us. The talent is there. We need to help create the opportunities to advance. You may hear the comment, right? Oh, it may be because, Black and Latinas don't want that promotion. Well, clearly you don't know as well. What does the data show? Actually, Black and Latinas are the most ambitious, really working hard and wanting that promotion. For every 100 men who want to be promoted, take a look at this data. There's 106 Black and Latina women who also want that promotion, but what do the numbers show? The biggest gap, right? We're talking about only 76 of those Latinas, and even worse, only 54 of our Black sisters getting that promotion. This first broken rung is a critical part of what we need to fix to be able to continue to move this great talent through the pipeline. We've been looking at this data, as I mentioned, we're now in our 10th year, but looking at the last 5 years. It had been trending slowly upwards, right? And there was a spike, particularly for Black women, right around the beginning of the pandemic and the 2021 data. Unfortunately, that was a moment in time. We have seen a very significant decline, and we're looking at the data now saying, like, how can it be that for every 100 men, we're only seeing 54 Black women getting promoted? So, why is all this happening? There's a lot of myths, and we need to correct misconceptions. So I'm going to quickly touch on a few of these, because I hope part of what you take away from this session is, what are the messages that we need to correct out there, right? How do we make sure we're all operating with the right facts and understanding? You may hear, women are becoming less ambitious. Not at all. In fact, the level of ambition is growing faster than for men. And part of what's fueling that ambition is flexibility. By the way, too often people hear the word flexibility and they think it means remote. Those two are not synonyms. Flexibility refers, right, to the ability to make choices, right, about how, where you work with whom, right? And that flexibility that indeed became more visible and more prominent during the pandemic and beyond has been a key enabler of helping women envision how they can get a lot more done. I talked about the glass ceiling and the focus that very often we have at the very top of the funnel. Don't get me wrong, it matters, it still exists, we need to shatter it. But we need to equally pay a lot of attention, if not more, I would argue, to that broken rung early on. How do we ensure that we're moving more women, creating more opportunities for those women to grow? Third myth, microaggressions have a micro impact. To any of us who've, experienced them, that is not true. What may appear like little moments, I know mine, that happens all the time. I'm typically assumed to be the note taker, the assistant, the one who brings the coffee into the room, right? Those have a lasting impact. Those really can impact how you view yourself, how you decide to show up, how many times you raise your hand to take on an assignment to keep growing, right? So we need to call them out when they happen. We cannot just say because they're micro, no need to talk about them. And the role of managers in noticing, calling them out, and really enabling a culture that does away with them is absolutely essential. Last myth, back to this theme of flexibility. It's mostly the women who want and benefit from this. Everyone, both men and women, list flexibility as a top 3 criteria in choosing companies, employers, and where to work. So if you're in the HR team of your organization, you're a manager, you're thinking about how can I attract and retain the best talent, thinking about flexibility is absolutely essential. I'm going to quickly share the numbers so that you have them in your back pocket. But here's where you see some of those data right around that level of ambition that we've been talking about, and you can see those numbers for Black and Latinas that really stand out significantly ahead of the average for men and women in this country. Microaggressions, again, they're not micro. Women of color are experiencing 7.5 more times microaggressions than white men. How do we all contribute towards an environment where these are not tolerated, where we have a much more inclusive workforce that doesn't require us to change who we are and how we show up to work every day? Because we all know that when we can come to work as our full selves, those are better days. Those are more productive days. The employee wins, the employer wins. Everyone benefits from that inclusion. I will pivot now, and I realize, trying to cover a lot of data, in a short amount of time, from the corporate world to small and medium business owners. Do I have some small and medium business owners in the room? Well, great to see you guys, and thank you for all that you do. Because of you, we have better products and services that we all as consumers benefit from. But we know you have an uphill battle. Let's take a look at the stats for entrepreneurship on this page. Latinos are, according to the latest census data that we have, the most entrepreneurial group. But there is a big gap between the number that are opening and running businesses every day to the ability, the scale that these businesses could have, right? Right now, when we take a look at those Latino-owned businesses and how much money they generate for the economy, the number is the $423 billion that you see on this slide. There's two types of gaps that, if we could crack them, would add over $2 trillion to the economy. That is massive. And the gaps are the representation gap, right? Where are these firms playing? In what sectors, right? What's the growth of those sectors? Because let me tell you, not all sectors are the same, right? We know that. But also, that average per firm revenue, which is much lower for Latino-owned businesses. If we were to close those gaps, not only would we be adding like over $2 trillion to the economy, we would be creating over 6 million jobs. 6 million jobs. That would be incredible. That would mean we could get over 1 million families into the middle class. And think about the benefits that we all would have as consumers as well. It's a pretty similar story for Black-owned businesses. And part of what's getting into that ability to generate, right, to drive that growth, to have those higher revenues per firm and be represented in those faster growing sectors is limited access to capital. When you take a look at the amount of capital in this country in private equity venture capital, we're talking about only on the order of 1 to 2% of that going towards Black-owned businesses. And again, 12% of the population. Similar numbers for Latino-owned businesses, 18% of the population, right? Similarly, when you look at bank loan volume that is going, where is it going? It is unfortunately not reaching the Black and Latino-owned businesses to the same degree. And what do we end up seeing as a result of that? What we see is too often these small and medium business owners are relying on friends, family, credit cards to grow their businesses, putting themselves at great risk. And so if we close this, I hope all the data that I've been showing you really helps make clear what the business case is that we're talking about. We're talking about better business performance overall. We're talking about more jobs, better jobs, right? And a benefit likewise to the consumer benefiting from those products and services. So how do we get there? What are some of the actions I would encourage us all to reflect on so that this is not just about numbers, because I We went through a lot of numbers, and you probably won't remember many when you walk out of this room, but I hope you'll remember what are the actions that we can all take as individuals, as members of our communities, as employees and employers. First one, focus on that broken rung. Think about that first step and what you can do to help advance men and women of color from that entry-level job to the manager. Think about what are the opportunities to drive greater mentorship and sponsorship, not just within your organization, but across organizations. This is frankly one of the reasons I am so excited about the mission of the dinner group, right? This ability to help make connections, because what the data has shown us, by the way, is that Black and Latinos tend to have narrower networks than their white counterparts. We tend to rely much more on friends and family, and our professional networks can really benefit from strengthening the quality and breadth of those relationships. I talked about the representation gap earlier in those higher, faster growing segments. I will use an example in technology. We're seeing a widening gap for women in representation. This really matters because technology is one of the fastest growing places where you're also seeing some of the fastest increase in salaries. And we're widening the gap there. So what are the opportunities to upskill, right? To help build capabilities, to help build the confidence. Hey, apply for that job. Don't think you need to have every single thing that's listed, right, as requirements, but have the confidence to go forward and how you build your own skills to maybe consider changing careers, right? Consider a different track. Access to capital. And this is not just talking about what the banks can and should be doing, but it is similarly us as consumers. Where are we choosing to spend our money? What restaurant are we supporting? I know I'm a big fan of Vejigantes, so that would be one. Let me give that shout out there. But how do we make sure that we, with our own dollars, and the organizations that we belong to are deploying capital in a way to support the community? And I will end as someone who loves data, who loves numbers. You get what you measure. We need the data. As organizations, we need to understand what's our current state, what's our aspiration, what's getting in the way. And by looking at that data, we can understand what's working. Let's do more of that fast. What's not working? Let's stop that, right? So these are all things that, again, whether we're individuals, we're CEOs, there's something for each of us to do here that can help us close the gaps that we talked about today. Because we know that when we close those gaps and we have a more inclusive economy, that's a stronger and better economy for all of us. I am going to end on a note in that spirit of you want to keep building skills, because I'm a big believer in always having this learning mindset and this opportunity to think about how can I grow. At McKinsey, we have a program called Connected Leaders Academy that we make available at no cost to individuals and organizations to build leadership skills. We have 3 different tracks, whether you're starting your career or you're 1 or 2 levels away from the C-suite and want to keep building your leadership profile. If you're interested, please, you have the QR code there, but always happy to follow up as well. Because we have to own our own destiny. We have to take action. We have to build skills. We have to build that networks. And together, we will make a difference. Thank you so much. Should I take questions?
I want us to cut the Q&A short.
Okay. So, do I have a chance to take a question or two, or should we?
We have to keep the program moving. I apologize.
Well,
one more round of applause. What a great presentation. I think, access to capital, one of the big issues for every community, certainly here in the Massachusetts, New England area. So something to certainly think about, and hopefully everybody got that QR code. So a little bit of housekeeping from the organizers. First, if you haven't gotten your badge, raise your hand. Okay, a lot of people. You can go to the desk now if you want. Obviously, another presentation is starting, but there's also going to be a break before lunch. So sorry for all of that. You can get your badge. You will be able to get your badge at some point. Obviously, everybody shouldn't go at the same time, but the lunch break will be a great time to get your badge. Badges will be available. Also, see a lot of people in the back. We want to get everybody to fill in the seats. We want to make sure everybody's filling in the seats. So if you're in the back, you're standing up, or if you want to come closer, you want to get closer, this is the opportunity to fill out some seats. I hope everybody's okay with some people sitting in a few of the chairs. We want to make sure everybody's here. We're about to have another great session. So if you want to sit closer, move forward. This right now is the opportunity. This is the time to do it.
Everybody get up.
A little bit of movement music.
If you can't hear what I'm trying to say, if you can't read from the same page, maybe I'm going deaf, maybe I'm going blind, maybe I'm out of my mind. Okay, now he was close, tried to domesticate.
All right, everybody, let's actually go to the seats. I know everybody's stopping and talking, but we actually need you to go down and sit in the seats.
Don't need no papers, that man is not your maker, and that's why I'm
Hey, everybody, it's kind of like a high school. I know we're changing classes right now. We got to stop the conversations. We got to get everybody back in the seat. Thank you for moving when you moved. Let's get everybody coming back to their seats. Everybody there on the right, let's have you find a seat. We want to keep the program moving. All right, one more time. Let's get everybody making their way to their seat. We're going to keep the program moving right now. Hello, hello, everybody, everybody. Let's find a seat. Shh. Let's find a seat. Let's get everybody settled down. I know it's great to see all of our friends. We want to keep the program moving. Let's everybody just find a seat. If you want to move closer, again, this is the time. All right, we're going to keep the program moving right now. We want to welcome some representatives from Liberty Mutual Insurance Company. We're going to welcome Janelle Edom, Global Relationship Manager, Global Risk Solutions, to introduce our next session, which is Finding Fulfillment at Work. Janelle, please come to the stage.
All right, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? All right, we're off to a great start. So we're going to keep it moving. So again, my name is Janelle Edom. I'm the Senior Vice President and Global Relationship Manager at Global Risk Solutions at Liberty Mutual Insurance. And it's truly my pleasure and an honor to also welcome you to the Dinner Group's 2024 Annual Conference. So, Lucy, just a couple comments on our earlier presentation here. So, we heard a lot of statistics and facts and some of the challenges that we're facing in our Black and Brown communities. And it's very easy hearing all of those numbers for you to get overwhelmed, discouraged, disheartened, maybe even a little bit frustrated because a lot of these statistics we've heard before. But you hear things like it's going to take us a century to close the gap. So that means a lot of us, or all of us in this room, won't be around to see that happen, right? So you might get discouraged. But then we need to see our way through those feelings, right? And then we have to make a choice. We have to choose whether we will be discouraged by all the challenges or instead choose to focus on the positives and the opportunities. Adding $2 trillion to the economy, 6 million jobs, right? We have to think about those positives and those opportunities. And use this to fuel and galvanize our resolve to be a part of the change, to do better for ourselves and for future generations. That's why we're so proud to celebrate and to honor some of our people like our Trailblazer awardees this morning. And as I look out at this room, I'm hopeful because I look among all of you and I see future Trailblazers, people who are going to step up and help to make the change that we need to see in our communities. At Liberty Mutual Insurance, we are dedicated to creating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive environment that empowers everyone to be successful. We believe that when you understand each person's individual and unique ideas and backgrounds, you create a welcoming workplace where everyone feels trusted and respected. At Liberty Mutual, our purpose is to help people embrace today and confidently pursue tomorrow. When people feel secure and the communities we serve thrive, that's when progress happens. We believe in the work that the Dinner Group is doing here in Boston and in other cities to build stronger communities through empowered and supportive networks for men and women of color. And that's why Liberty Mutual is a longtime supporter of the Dinner Group and a proud sponsor of this event here in Boston, the city that Liberty Mutual has called home for 110 years, or more than 110 years. So you all decided to take time out of your busy schedules to be here, whether in the room or participating via our live stream. So you showed up to be inspired, to be educated, and to learn, and to gain new perspective. You made a choice to invest this time in you, your personal growth, and your professional growth. So I encourage you throughout the day to lean into the conversations, right? Make new connections. The planning team has done a terrific job pulling together an amazing agenda, sessions, and speakers. So seize the moment and the chance to grow your network and meet someone new. As my 10-year-old niece would say, she'd say, soak it up, right? So now I'm pleased to announce or introduce our next speaker. So Mr. Anthony Flynn is the founder of Amazing CEO and a highly sought-after advisor for CEOs, executives, and their companies. With a mission to remove barriers to success for women and minority CEOs and key executives, Amazing CEO is passionate about unlocking untapped potential to drive superior performance and growth. Anthony's deep experience spans leadership roles with numerous Fortune 100 giants and nonprofits, service on national renowned boards, and several featured speaking engagements at prestigious institutions, as well as on TV, radio, and podcasts. Anthony is an author and a respected authority in his field, and so we are truly fortunate and honored to have him with us today to guide us through a conversation on finding fulfillment at work. So Anthony was one of the first people I made a connection with this morning because I ran in and that kind of noticeable bow tie was my tell, and then I've seen his picture to say, all right, that's Anthony. So I encourage you to make the same connections as well. So I'll admit this is one of my most anticipated sessions for the day. I know we're in for a great experience with Anthony. So let's get to it and help me welcome Anthony to the stage.
In the corner have swagger like us, swagger like us, swagger like us. No one on the corner has swagger like us, swagger like us, swagger.
Janelle, thank you for that glowing introduction. As she stated, first and foremost, it's an absolute honor to be here. Emerson, Paul, Betty, Anna, who I just met, Emerson's wife, and to the entire team who founded the Dinner Group. What an exceptional, exceptional community and an exceptional opportunity to have each of you here to be a part of this experience. Continue to lean in, continue to grow, to continue to stretch yourself so that you can take your life and your career to the next level. I actually want to give away a gift. Lucy, who left, inspired me. I ran to the back and grabbed the book because she brought up entrepreneurs. So if you just started a business within the last week, raise your hand. All right, well, then you're going to get this gift. Come on up. Yeah, so, all right. So I recently wrote a book. Called 0 to 7 Figures. Start your business, overcome barriers, scale profitably. And so it's a path to start a business and scale a business to 7 figures. And so, my friend, I hope you'll enjoy that. And I'm crashing the party later today at the author session. So if anybody wants to come and have a conversation with me about that, by all means, feel free to do so. But man, it's an absolute honor to be here. And this topic, I have traveled the country and spent a lot of time working with CEOs, key executives, and companies, and found that this topic was really one of meaning, that there are a whole lot of people. Some of you might be willing to raise your hand. Others of you might not be willing to raise your hand on this idea, this concept of finding fulfillment at work. And so early in my career, I decided to make a huge pivot, which I'll just talk about in a moment, because I wanted to live a life of fulfillment, a life of joy. I absolutely love getting up every single day and putting my feet on the floor and going to work. I get up every morning like clockwork. This morning, 4 o'clock a.m., I was down in the gym, and I love getting up every day going to work. But not everybody can say that. And if my wife were here, she'd tell you. If my kids were here, they'd tell you. Anybody who knows me extremely well knows that work, I get passionate. I beat my chest every single morning because I get to get up and go out into the world and make an impact and let my career and my life actually make an impact on the community around me. And so I want to hopefully give you a few nuggets that might inspire you to have a different perspective of how you view work on a daily basis. Before I jump into that, I want to tell you how it all began for me. So I'm originally from Memphis, Tennessee. My mom was actually 16 years old when she got pregnant with me. She had me the summer before her senior year of high school. So she and my dad, they met, at that time it was called junior high school. And they met in junior high, and they matriculated into high school. And obviously my mom got pregnant with me. She missed over 80 days her senior year. They basically just promoted her because I was sick all the time. She actually got kicked out of the house that she was in. And so she moved in with my biological father, and his mom, my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, my dad's mom, had 8 kids by 3 different men. My grandmother never worked a real job, never had a driver's license, got her GED when she was actually in her 60s. So y'all, I come from poverty, right? I come from the mud. As they say, it's not just language, it's not just lingo for me. I come right out of the mud, in the hood, in the ghettos, gang banging, drug infested, crime infested community in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm from the hood. All right? Yet I stand on this stage before you today, being able to have this discussion, this monologue, if you will, with y'all because of some practical things that I did in my life. And work was a huge part of that. I wouldn't be able to stand up here today with you and share in this context if it were not for me leaning into work and building a life that my childhood did represent. My childhood and the world that I grew up in did not prepare me to be able to stand here before you today. So the work environment for me was in many ways, there were plenty of other things, trust me, that helped me get to where I am today, but I leveraged the work environment for nurturing. I wanted to know what the executive knew that I didn't know that could get him to live where he lived and drive the car he drove. I wanted to know how she was able to show up at school and volunteer at the school. In my schools in the hood, nobody ever showed up to volunteer. So I'm like, how are you able to show up and volunteer at a school? And so throughout my life, work became a thing for me. And I decided early in my life that I was going to figure out how to leverage work for the good of what I wanted to see in my life in terms of the vision that I have for my life. Right. And so that's one of the first things. You've got to change your perspective around how you see work. For example, some of you in the room, that's the book, right? Some of you in the room are aspiring entrepreneurs, or some of you might already have a side hustle. Well, one of the first commandments I want to put out to you is if you have a full-time job, your job is the first investor to your side hustle. You need to think about that. Right? So you should be, if you have an idea of a side hustle, if you have an idea for a business you want to take to the next level, appreciate the fact that you have a company that's putting money in your pocket and give them everything you have to give from the metaphorical 8 to 5 so that after 5 you can show up for yourself the same way they expect you to show up for them. Are you with me? So they're your lead investor. Stop looking at your job. Oh, man, I hate this job. If you are building towards something, the job is an investment toward the thing you're actually building for. But you got to change your mindset around it. Right? So that is a huge thing for many of us in our community. And so for me, this image is 686 Richmond Avenue. So when my mom and dad had me, they graduated. Dad was literally a dishwasher at a barbecue joint in Memphis. Mom was on welfare. We followed my dad to Peoria, Illinois, where he got a job as a bun tray handler at a bakery, Butternut Bakery in Peoria, Illinois. My man came home one night, 1982, just about 2 weeks before Christmas. He had worked a double shift, and he decided that that was the end of the road for him and my mom. So he literally put us on a Greyhound bus. My mom grabbed a blue suitcase, packed it up with everything she could put in it, and he put us on a Greyhound bus that morning. And that was the end of the road for that relationship. And boom, the fabric of my quote unquote nuclear family was broken just like that. And I like to tell people that morning was the morning that I became the CEO of You Inc., of Me Inc. And I decided as a 5-year-old who couldn't really emotionally process all of the things going on in that moment, I decided in that moment that I would never allow another human being or another entity to have so much control over my life that in the blink of an eye, boom, they could take the rug from out underneath me and my life be completely ruined. Now, why is that important to this dialogue? Because work is a huge part of an attribution factor that empowers you to have some freedom, if you will, in your life to make adjustments when you feel you need to make adjustments. But if you're not giving work your all, now, there are barriers. Lucy just shared a lot of stats. I'm not denying that there are real stats for people of a color in corporate America. There are real challenges. There are real stats. But my challenge for you today is you have to take full control of all the things that you can control within your parameters and within your proximity so that if, in fact, you decide that you want to make some different moves in your life, you are so well positioned because you've been grinding so hard and you've been contributing so well in the work environment you're in that when you decide to make a move, you're available to make that move. But if you're low-key mediocre, if you low-key dragging it every day, if you low-key like not giving your best to the environment that you're giving on every day, then guess what? When it's time for a promotion, stop blaming your boss for the fact that you didn't get the promotion. Right? Because you can look in the mirror and say, I haven't been given everything I needed to give. It's one thing to blame the job. It's one thing to blame your boss. But the first person we need to take responsibility for is Me Inc., You Inc. And at 5 years old, I made a conscious decision that for the rest of my life, it started in the classroom with me. While all my homeboys were selling dope and kicking down doors and robbing liquor stores and robbing convenience stores, your boy was at home doing homework. I'm going to find a way out of these conditions and out of this situation. First one in my family to go to college. First one to graduate with a master's degree. First one to be a CEO. First millionaire in my family. First one to be, by the way, my wife and I together 28 years, 23 years of marriage. Absolutely. Absolutely. We met in high school, and I told my homeboy, Damon, my wife's name is Nikita. I called my boy and said, I'm going to marry that girl. And 28 years later, we're still together. I love my wife like crazy. She has been everything and a huge part of my success. We have 2 beautiful children, both D1 athletes. And I'm saying, y'all, I've been focused since my dad kicked us out in Peoria, Illinois. And this was the property we moved into. This is a duplex, by the way. So this image, I'm leaving it up here because I want you to see. This image drives me every single day. I'm reminded on a daily basis of where I actually come from as a result of the conditions in my life. And so I'm a committed human being, and work is a huge part of the fabric of what has helped me to get to where I am today. And I need you, everybody in the room, to appreciate your job, your career differently. I need you to have a different perspective. I'm going to give you some practical things too, right? I'm not just saying have a different perspective. I'm going to give you some practical things that I think will help you. But the bottom line is, if you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. I need you to catch that. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. And many of us are fighting for mediocrity at work every day. We're fighting to stay in the middle. We're just surviving. We're going in just giving enough not to get fired, if the truth be told. And I'm saying I can't really help you if your perspective is just mediocrity. And by the way, what I'm saying today is not a judgment nor indictment on anyone in the room. I don't know you personally, so don't take me personally. I'm just passionate about your life. In some cases, you all, when I stand up, I'm more passionate about people's lives than they are about their lives. And so I got 30 minutes to do my very best to hopefully inspire, maybe motivate you to get to the next level. And I want you to get the most out of life. I want to champion your success. So I'm passionate, and I'll ask for your apology in advance. But I need you to push past mediocrity and start pushing for greatness. And so if you're privileged enough to have a career, I need you to show up every day and give it your absolute best. Because again, that's the lead investment to the next step. She mentioned the wrong in her stats. Lucy, just that wrong. You have an opportunity to contribute to breaking that wrong, or to building that wrong, should I say. But to get into the next level. But most of us, it's up here, you all. I'm telling you, I spent a lot of time in this here, so I wanted to start there with you, frame of reference. All right, here's something that a lot of us struggle with, cause versus calling. So oftentimes, right, oftentimes our jobs or our careers, we're showing up for cause. It might be to pay our bills. I might go get a degree or a certification or whatever the case, because it's going to lead to something else based on the corporate environment that I'm actually in every day. And for many of us, that's not inspiring enough. All right. So I want to challenge you that, one, me personally, I decided that I was going to pursue calling over cause. I'm not saying everybody can do that. I'm not suggesting I'm not going to tell anybody to walk out here today and quit your job based on where I'm going. Right? But I'm saying one of the decisions I personally made was that calling was going to be a part of who I was, the fabric of who I am. So another way to look at this is push versus pull. For many of us, as we step into cause every day, we have to be pushed, and often in some of us in terms of cause. Right, man? Again, I'm going to stay here because some of us are just working our jobs so we can pay our bills. It's economics for us. We're not passionate about it. We don't like our boss. We don't like the company. We don't like the culture. But hey, there's something rooted behind it, and we're staying with it because there's a cause on the other side that we're trying to push toward. All right. And so that's motivation, right? For motivation, you have to be pushed. For calling, there's a pull. It's internal. Something comes from the inside. So here's something practical. You just heard about all of the awardees of our Trailblazers this morning. If you're in a position right now where you're in a role that you just don't like, flat out, or you got a boss you just don't like, flat out, or you're not getting fulfillment out of the role you're in, flat out, what external options do you have to find fulfillment in your life? You got to, and I'm going to walk you through an exercise here in a moment. One of the first challenges is you've got to start looking at, man, if I'm giving 40, 50 hours a week, which is a lot of my time, on a weekly basis to an environment, to a situation, to a person, to people that I don't like, I immediately need to find other vehicles and other outlets to express my calling, to express things that give me fulfillment. Again, don't quit your job today, but start finding other options that, start finding other options that generate energy, right? Because when you show up to work every day, you're getting de-energized. Like your phone battery, you on the drive or you on the train in Boston, and your battery start going down the minute you get on the train. See, y'all laughing. I'm hitting somebody. You know I'm hitting in your territory, right? So many of us at 8, we already looking forward to 5 because we can't wait to do the thing after work versus going to. Am I talking to anybody in here? Exactly. I'm just keeping it real. So you've got to find other outlets that allow you to get fulfillment so that your energy, your battery can come back up. And again, we can start thinking about, don't quit today, but we can start thinking about a transition if it's so bad, if it's absolutely so bad. First step, mindset. Is it your mindset? Because it could, for many of us, you could actually be in a great environment, but mentally you're just not there. So we're going to start there, so maybe you don't have to quit. But if worst case scenario creeps up on us and you feel like you need to quit, we're not going to quit today. We're going to start thinking about a transition plan and thinking about things that generate energy for us. Right? And then we can methodically plan our transition, plan our exit. But while we're still there, we're giving everything we have to give. my first job, I was a dishwasher at a barbecue joint, oddly enough, and my dad, his first job was at a barbecue joint. I was a dishwasher. I'll never forget the 4th of July. I was 14, by the way. I wanted to work so bad. This is a true story. I lied so that I could get the job at 14 because I wanted to start contributing. 4th of July, barbecue joint, Memphis, Tennessee. Dishes, I walk in, dishes were piled through the roof. Man, I went in like a soldier. The boss came back an hour later and said he couldn't believe that I had knocked out all those dishes. I worked at a grocery store, my next job, and the manager called me in and said, Anthony, you're our weekend and evening stocker. My night shift guys are actually playing around at the store because he literally told me to pull back. He said, you're doing too much, too well. True story. Honest to God, true story. I've never known a low gear. It doesn't exist for me, right? It doesn't exist. If you give me something to put my hands to do, I'm going to do it with every ounce of energy and every ounce of excellence that I can possibly muster up. And go figure, the boy from the hood, the boy in poverty, absolutely, who all my family members still struggling, yeah, there are racial issues, yes. Yeah, there are gender issues, yes. Yes, Anthony, you're from Memphis, yes. Yes, you didn't go to the best schools, yes. Yes, you were born to a teenage mother, yes. But I still stand here before you today because I refuse to allow barriers in my life to hinder me from the dreams that I wanted for my life. Is anybody with me? Barriers don't win. We don't give them the final word. Barriers in your life, adversity, it doesn't get the conclusive say-so in your life. I need you to press through. All right? So we gave you that. This is a good friend of mine, Nick Vandersteeg. Nick was a Fortune 200 CEO. He ran a company called Parker Hannifin. A great example of cause versus calling. Nick actually was getting ready to retire in about 2005 or 6. Nick was at Parker Hannifin, executive vice president, and he was going to go into ministry full time. He was going to quit Parker Hannifin and actually go into ministry and go to seminary. And he actually talked to a good friend. And Nick's a close friend of mine. He'll be 82 on my wedding anniversary. So we've been kicking it since 2007. And this is us speaking together on stage at an event I hosted in Atlanta. And Nick, a friend of his said, Nick, as he was contemplating leaving, they called him and said, would you become president of Parker Hannifin? At that time, they were not a Fortune 200 company. But under his leadership, 5-fold increase in stock earnings. I mean, it was crazy, the growth he had. His friend said, Nick, where else in the world could you go and pastor 60 some odd thousand people? And perspective. Did you catch that? So in his mind, he had to walk away from the business, the role he was in, because he had made a ton of money. Frankly, he didn't like just showing up making money every day. But perspective shift when one of his homies said, hey, where else in the world can you go and have 60 some odd thousand people and it clicked. Man, I can pastor at Parker Hannifin. So as a soldier in the marketplace, as a soldier in corporate America, you have an opportunity to make an impact and make a difference even in the role that you're in. And my challenge to you is, regardless of where you are, stop focusing so much on what you don't have at the expense of the opportunity that's sitting right in front of you. A job is what you're paid for, but a calling is what you're made for. Yeah. If you hadn't figured it out, I'm built for this. I used to take, and this is a true story, VJ Slater, Tyrese, Gerald. I took gangbangers who were 3 years older than me and had them sitting around my table in the apartment in the hood in Memphis. You gonna do your homework, bruh. Straight up, true story. I was the kid, they let me stay behind while they go and win it. Now, I did participate in eating some of the stuff they stole, I'm not gonna lie. But I didn't go to the store and steal with them. Right? But I was called to coach, to develop people, to lead people in my early years. It was a part of who I am. And I decided to make some sacrifices on the early. And I didn't tell y'all that graduated college, had #1 territory in the country for a Fortune 100 company right out of college. And I quit. Man, it was a tobacco company. So I became a drug dealer fresh out of college. So me knocking all my homies in the hood, guess what? I was in a legalized, corporately structured drug and I realized, man, I'm the #1 salesperson in America for RJ Reynolds, and I'm pushing products that I don't believe in. Sound familiar, huh? So I walked away because for me, this was important for me. I was 23 when I made that decision. I gave up millions, but I've been blessed because are you with me? It's been redeemed in so many ways because, so a job is what you're hired to do, but a calling is what you're wired to do. A job is what you do for money, but a calling is what you do for meaning. Even if you're in a role right now where you, I don't know, push paper clips. I mean, like push paper clips as in sell. I want you to figure out ways to start to try to find practical elements of fulfillment in the role you're in. What about the people you interact with on a daily basis? What gives you joy? So watch this. Oftentimes, I want to challenge you on this. Most of us in the room know more about our company, about the news, than we do about ourselves. Shame on you if you spend more time studying your company, your company manuals and your degrees, and you're the smartest person in the room, but don't know yourself. At 23, I knew that selling tobacco products was not a thing for me, and they promised me I was going to make millions. And I was like, bro, I'm out. This don't add up. Why would I do this? I've been miserable my whole life. I was in pain my whole life. Why am I going to give the rest of my 40 more years of pain to do something I hate? And I'm trying to get out of the hood and out of the pain of my community and what? Why would I do that to myself? So I made a decision at 23 that I was going to chase down the internal roots of who Anthony Flynn was. And I found him. I found a wife who could collaborate with me and build a family and build a unit. Nothing like that had ever happened in my family. And I found it. And I locked on to it. And I've been holding on to it and driving it. And we are experiencing the time of our lives because I leaned in to my calling, to what was on the inside. That's not the case for everybody. Again, I'm not telling you to walk away from your job today. But what I am saying is I need you to do some self-discovery because that's the beginning point of you figuring out where you get energy on a daily basis. I know what gives me energy. I also know what drains my battery. For many of you, you're showing up every day and your battery's just going down and you ain't doing no work to try to change it. It's routine for you. You've been doing it for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Even for some of us, keeping it real all the way. I have a client who is a physician, a very, very, very successful physician in Honolulu, Hawaii. Dream situation. Went to one of the top medical schools in the world. If I said it, you would know it. Hates practicing medicine. Can't stand it. He cried in my arms because he said, man, I really just want to be an author. I want to sit by the beach and write novels. And there was a moment in his childhood where his dad, he was playing with a Tonka truck as a child. And his dad came in the room, knocked the Tonka truck out of his hand and said, don't play with toys. You ought to be studying. And his dad pushed him to become a doctor, and he became a doctor out of the command of his father. And he hates his life on a daily basis. And on the outside, you would think he's in fact, he is, by economic and capitalism standards, he's one of the most successful people in the world. But he hates what he does every single day. And one of my moments of therapy with him was literally, I said, man, go buy you a Tonka truck. No, true story. True story. I said, go buy you a Tonka truck, go sit by the water, and I want you to go back to your childhood and start over again from the moment you thought about playing in the sand with a Tonka truck. I want you to think about what would your life have been like if you had followed your dream instead of your dad's dream. And he began to weep like a baby in that moment. But it was a moment of self-discovery that penetrated his heart. I'm not saying stop practicing medicine in that moment. I'm saying go back to your childhood, figure out where the barrier occurred, dig in, do the work, and figure out how you can start building forward to get fulfillment out of your life. Are you tracking with me in here? All right, let's get practical. Making room for the life and career you desire. All right, one of the first things I want you to do is, all right, define your non-negotiables. All right? So I want you to think about, what are your non-negotiables? Oddly enough, someone earlier she was talking about flexibility in men. So for me, it was freedom. I realized through my internships, through my first job out of college, and I actually had a sales job. So my boss wasn't over my shoulder every day. I was free to go and do my thing. But I still felt, in my personal case, I felt like that corporate structure was a bit too rigid based on the aspirations that I had for my life. I knew that I couldn't go, when I want to go to the beach, right now I go to the beach. Period. I do my thing. When I want to work from the crib with shorts and a t-shirt on, I work from the crib with shorts and a t-shirt on. And I've been blessed to respectfully be a 1%er in context of doing what I want to do. Right? But I made sacrifices early on. I didn't let the money early on hold on to me so much that I was unwilling. I was not willing to put my goals and my dreams and my life on the line respectfully so that someone else could dictate my entire future. That was my personal choice. And freedom was a huge thing for me. My family unit. I grew up in such a fragmented family. How dare somebody tell me I couldn't be there? I can't be for my son's game. I can't show up for my daughter's. What? Bruh. And don't get it twisted. I'm up every morning between 3 and 4 a.m. grinding. So I would argue I'm the hardest working man you'll ever meet. Like I go 6 days a week, by the way, nonstop. I take 1 day off and I'm up like clockwork getting it in. So I know hard work. I'm not afraid to work. But when it's time for me to go to my son's game, I'm going to my son's game, bro. When it's time for me to be there for my daughter, I'm going to be there for my daughter. All right? And so I decided that I was going to do the work to invest in giving myself and my family the kind of career and kind of life that I wanted. Freedom and flexibility is what I mean by freedom. Was a huge part for me because it allowed me to be creative. My brain, I'm left and right brain to some extent. And I knew I wanted to write, and I knew I wanted to speak, and I knew I wanted to do other things. And so I knew that in my personal case, being in that corporate structure wouldn't allow me to do those things. But I did the work, you all. I made the sacrifices early on and gave up, quote unquote, the money so I could self-discover, lots of therapy, lots of coaching. And I did all the work, and I'm like, got it. I know how I'm wired. I know what I'm made of. Let's go get it. Now let's go hustle. Let's go get it. And my philosophy is I'm going to work harder for me and my family than I will for somebody else. Now, if I'm working for you, you're getting everything. Don't get it twisted. I didn't become #1 salesperson because I was the smartest. I was the hardest working young 23-year-old they ever hired. It's that simple. When I'm with you, I'm with you. Like, you getting everything. And that needs to be your approach every day. All right. You need to structure or restructure your life, right? So first of all, what are your non-negotiables? What are the things that you're like, these are the bottom lines of my life. I've been compromising them for too long. I've been putting it on hold for too long. This is important to me. Or if you need to hire somebody to help you, if you need to lean on your boss, lean on a friend, get another certification, whatever you need to do to figure out, these are the things that are important to me and my family and my life, and now I'm going to start building toward those things. That was #1. #2, time, energy, and attention. You got to get off Facebook and Instagram for the wrong reasons. I say to people, I use social media for everything other than social. Go to my LinkedIn profile. You're not seeing me talking about, man, I'm at the beach, such and such. It's business for me. It's business. Social media it's social, but I'm leveraging it for business. So people can't, Anthony, man, you got so many things going on because I'm focused. I'm focused. So how are you spending your time? By the way, you can't manage time. You know that, right? Like this clock, I can't manage it. It's ticking. They let me know when my time is up. So I can't manage it. It's going. It's managing itself. I need to steward it. I need to leverage it, but managing it is not an option. This is how some of us get more done in an hour than the average person. Because in that hour, I'm lasered in. I'm giving it everything I have to give. You checking social media. Bro, I'm going to run circles around you every time. Because you don't know, you're not leveraging the time you have optimally. And then you mad at me because I got the promotion. Why you mad at me, bro? Do your work. I'm doing mine. So I heard this recently. People are jealous of the things you have, but they're not jealous of the path it took for you to get what you have. You're not jealous about the work I had to do. You're not jealous about getting up at 3 a.m. in the morning like I had to do. I'm behind. I'm born to a teenage mom in poverty. I didn't know how to read. They put me in remedial math early on. I had to work. So don't get mad at me because I'm doing the work to catch up and get ahead, and you didn't get the promotion and I did. You didn't do the work. Restructure your time, your energy, your attention. What are you giving it to? How are you using it? How are you spending it? Right? I was thinking about when they picked me up last night, the driver, we were going through the tunnel, and I was just reflecting, and just blessed to be here, you all. And I was thinking about, I remember when I didn't have a dime and my mom was helping me pay my bills, my mom and stepfather, who eventually came into my life, because I sacrificed and wanted to pursue my dream. And I was like, man, those were the days when all I had was time. So if you're not where you want to be financially, you don't need to be hanging out, kicking it. Because your time is your asset. Your energy, you do have time, energy, and attention if you ain't got no money, if you broke. So you don't need to, if I call you, don't tell me you're going to kick it. You need to tell me you're working. Towards your dream. I'm not encouraging burnout, by the way. That's a whole nother session that's on my radar. But I'm challenging you, real talk. You are the separator between you and your dream, not your boss, not your company, not your colleagues, it's you. I decided that I was going to get out of those conditions. Respectfully, I love my brother like crazy, love him like crazy, but my brother just got an ankle monitor off. I won't get into the details. Just literally last week, he got it off. Love him like crazy. He made a different choice. Same time, energy, and attention. Different choices. All right, real quick, point 3, Plan 168. I don't have time for you to actually do this exercise here today because I'm watching the clock and I'm going to honor our time. But there are 168 hours in a week. All right? There are 168 hours in a week. I did this exercise just 3 weeks ago with an executive who said, man, I got 38 hours in my week that I can't account for. True story. A C-suite executive at a major corporation. True story. Most of you, if I sat down with you one-on-one and did this exercise, you would have time. You don't know what you're doing with it. Now, this isn't a exact prescription, right? I mean, an average week, I want you to think about how you're spending your time and your energy and your attention. On average. Right? Like me, I travel a lot. I was on the road 48 weeks last year. 48 weeks. A lot of that was family time, by the way. But the bottom line is I travel a lot. So my weeks vary. But generally speaking, you're going to find me up at 3, 4 in the morning. Like January, I made a commitment January 3rd that I was going to work out 365 straight days in a row, including this morning. I haven't missed a day since January 3rd. I already got it in this morning. Now, I'm struggling with some tendonitis in my knee. No, real talk. I'm your boy up here like, I'm watching my step because I don't want the wrong tweet. I'm up here, but I made a commitment. And I restructured in a way so that, boom, I'm going to get what I said I was going to get, period. All right? I challenge you. Go home, sit down, map out, and it needs to add up to 168. And I guarantee you, you're going to have, I guarantee, 100% guarantee, you're going to say, wow, I got more time than I realized. Here's a quick thought. 168 hours in a week. All right. So let's say we made a 1% adjustment. 1%. Out of 168, that's 1.68 hours. Right. So let's round up. That's 90 minutes. All right, if you listen to 2 podcasts a week for a whole year on a new theme or new topic that you wanted to grow in, 2 podcasts a week, that's 104 podcasts. You telling me you can't grow from 104 podcasts with a 1% adjustment in your life? 1%. I ain't asking you for 20, I ain't asking you for 30, just give me 1%. 1%, an hour and a half, give me 2 hours, that's 4 30-minute workouts in a week. A 1%, slightly over 1% adjustment, you can give me 4 extra workouts. 4 30-minute workouts. Don't make it rocket science. If you want what you want, go get it. And stop blaming everybody else and everything else around you. You have it in your control to go get it. Are you with me? 1%. And that's on 1%. What if you gave me 5% of an adjustment? Woo! 5, oh my gosh. Just think. We're not using our time and our energy appropriately. So first, current way you're spending your time, next, aspirational. So here's how I'm currently spending my time, but I aspire to spend my time this way. That's the next exercise. Finally, embrace and create accountability. I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. Yeah, and these are just examples. These are just examples. Notice on my example here, and it's truly just an example. Notice I have, executing my gift, right? So some of you can sing, you can dance. Man, I got a homie who's a juggler. Straight up. I'm like, bro, he juggling on the weekend. He getting it in, bro. Like, he may want to be in the circus one day. Right? My man juggling like crazy. He grinded during the week and juggling. Right? So whatever that thing is, or those things, or those attributes that you have, you got to start actually exercising them. Everyone in the room is gifted, and I could get into a whole session about that as well. Most of us are just confused about our giftings because our institutional structures have told us what we're going to do. And so you haven't taken the time to nurture the gifts that you have because the structure you're in told you what job you were going to be in. Or they only gave you 2 options. You can go for that promotion or that promotion. And you stopped nurturing your gift 10 years ago. You stopped nurturing the thing you naturally do that gives you joy and energy well anyway. You stopped. And you got burned out mentally or some other barrier, adversity, or whatever the case, and you put it on pause or you threw it away and you haven't nurtured it in years. And I'm saying 1%. Just take an hour or 2 a week starting off and just start nurturing that thing all over again. And watch how you light up. Watch how the energy emerges. Embrace and create accountability. And I'm watching the time. I'm going to end on time, by the way. I'm big on that. So, y'all, I'm not ashamed to say tens of thousands of dollars in therapy, coaching. My mom and dad were teenagers. Wait, ain't nobody married. So how did I last 28 years with my wife? Hard work. When my wife says, Anthony, I'm struggling with, I pick up the phone and call the therapist. It's on me. As the man, I decide the temperature in my home. It's not on her. It's on you. That's how I get down. If the temperature is off in my house, I'm calling the therapist. What did I do? What have I done wrong? And it's on me. I'm not waiting on my wife to do the work. If my daughter, if my son, if we have a breach in a relationship, it's on me. I'm going to fix it. I love my wife and son and daughter too much to allow it to linger. I got to do the work to fix it. Now, we may need to get in there together, and it could be one of their fault. But then what am I not communicating, or what am I communicating that's keeping us in lingo like that? Same thing at work, right? If things are off with your boss, take responsibility. Stop blaming them. Go fix it. And then over time, if they're not responding, okay, again, don't quit today, but we're going to start thinking about the transition plan, right? But first, you need to tell me you've done 100% of everything you can control. Don't come to me with 99 because I'm sending you back for that 1. If it's 1% left, I'm saying you haven't done everything. You can come holler at me when you do that. And when you've done that, then we can talk. And then, okay, now we can talk about your transition. So it first starts with you. You take full responsibility. Tons of therapy and coaching. And I'm not ashamed because I'm not here to impress you. I want to win in my life. I don't want to look good. I want to be good. I don't want to look healthy. I want to be healthy. I don't want to look wealthy. I want to be wealthy. So I'm going to do the work to get results and stop trying to impress people that I stand up in front of. No disrespect, but I'm not here to impress you. I want to support you. I want to help you. But man, I got issues in my life. I'm going to do the work when I get off this stage. Don't get it twisted. And I need you to do the same so you can get the results in your life that you say you want. Because right now, you're the barrier to those results. I guarantee it. And what I mean by that is you have more responsibility than you're giving yourself credence for. You have way more control than I think you're allowing to be seen. Last thing I'll say, Emerson told me that I could share this with you all. So I created this course called Fit, like finding fit at work. All right. And so it's a step-by-step guide to finding fulfillment at work. And here's some of the key themes, how to create fulfillment. Keyword create, not find, right? But keyword, how do you create fulfillment? And we talked a little bit about that. What does defining fit mean for you? How do I fit in my current corporate context? And what does fit look like for me in the world that I'm in the space that I'm in every day? The power of your story. Every one of us has a story. I decided to leverage mine. You know, for most of us, your money is in your pain. You're so busy running from your pain. The work that I do every day, you know why I'm able to help CEOs and key executives? Because I understand their pain. I know pain. I don't know PhDs and MDs, but I know pain. I got a PhD in pain. I ain't got a PhD, but I know pain. Now, granted, I know some things about business. I've scaled multiple businesses, multi-million dollars, right? So don't get it twisted. I can sit down with you and I can talk, balance sheet, income statement, statement of cash flow. We could talk about your operations, the 5 pillars of business, management, marketing, operations, finance, tech. We can talk business, but I know people are the barrier to your success. All the strategic plans and systems in the world don't matter if people are jacked up, right? And so I want you to think about your personal story, et cetera, time, energy, management, et cetera. You see some of the thoughts around this. And then here, if you desire to get this course, it's 50% off for this group. And so you can literally hit that QR code right there. And on the next slide, I'll show you the code that you can actually use for. But these are the steps you actually take. It's on a platform called Thinkific. So, of course, click, get this QR code, create your account, and it'll send your information. You can read and agree to the terms and complete your purchase. And here's the code right there at the top. It actually says TDGC, right? So that TDGC, when you go inside, use that and it'll give you the actual, and you can see the line there, just right above the PayPal line, and it'll actually show you where you can actually purchase the course. So, man, Frank is ready. Frank's got the cane to pull me off. But the good news is, no. I got time, don't I?
No, you have.
I actually have time left.
As a matter of fact,
so
come back over here. Come back over.
So, hey, I told you I don't play with your time.
You can tell he got in the gym this morning. You can tell.
I don't play with your time.
Seriously, man. I've never seen somebody get a standing ovation before they're done.
God is good.
You still got 30 seconds. Wow. Seriously, I haven't seen somebody come with this much energy in Boston with a bow tie since Malcolm X. Seriously, all jokes aside. Come back. Give us that one line you gave us in the beginning about your limitations. I think that was, for me, that was the big takeaway. I don't know if everybody else caught that about if you settle for your limitations. I'll let you say.
Yeah, if you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them.
Wow.
So you keep what you fight for.
Wow.
That's it.
That was outstanding. I don't know about your friend that has enough money, but the rest of it I was on board with. The rest of it I was on board with.
Brother.
Excellent.
Thanks so much. God bless. Love you guys.
Wow.
Thank you. God bless.
All right, so we just had some inspiration. I think everybody was inspired by that last presentation. Anthony Lynn, outstanding. I think now is time for some activation. We're going to figure out how to put some of this inspiration, some of this knowledge, some of this networking to use. And right now, I'm going to welcome to the stage right now Gail Jackson Blunt. We're going to talk about community activation. And Gail, I'm going to have you come up and take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you. It's great to be here. And I would love to congratulate the Boston Dinner Group for pulling this fantastic audience together and for all of the success that you've had, not only here in Boston, but across the country. And it's a pleasure to be here. First, I'd like to ask our panelists to come up and take their seats, and I will introduce them. And as they're coming up, I'll just give you a brief overview of today's panel discussion. You're serving on, it's called community activism. Serving on a board is important because it allows individuals to develop leadership skills, expand their professional network, gain insights into different industries, contribute to important decision-making processes, and makes a positive impact on an organization or community by providing value, expertise, and oversight, ultimately furthering the organization's goals and bottom line. All of us have transferable skills that are assets to our chosen community. In this session, you will hear from leaders who have brought their passion and purpose to their communities through unique leadership opportunities such as government commissions, nonprofit boards, corporate boards, and local committees. I'd like to introduce today's panel, our esteemed panel, beginning with our sister April English, who many of you were here this morning when she received the award today. As the Chief Secretary to Governor Maura Healey, April English oversees the administration's efforts to fill appointments on boards and commissions and managerial roles throughout the administration. And I've abbreviated her bio because most of you may have been here earlier today. Our next panelist is Dr. Raul Fernandez. He's the Executive Director of Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity. Dr. Raul Fernandez is a public impact scholar. As a senior lecturer in educational leadership and policy studies, he studies, writes, and teaches about inequities in education. And as the Executive Director of Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, he rallies his neighbors in the relentless pursuit of racial and economic justice. Raul has also served on numerous nonprofit and governmental boards, and while chairing DESE's Racial Imbalance Advisory Council, he co-authored Racial Segregation in Massachusetts Schools, the first report in a generation to evidence the substantial and pervasive disparities between segregated white and non-white schools in Massachusetts. Raul also served as a member of the Brookline Select Board, the first Lantics person elected to that position. During his time there, he created a working group for to support public housing residents called Racial Equity Advancement Fund and a task force to reimagine public safety. He is currently the policy chair on the board of Amplified Lantics, which seeks to build economic and political power for Latinos in Massachusetts, and a board member of the Commonwealth Kitchen, which supports women and people of color in starting a food business. Next, we have Christina Bryant. Christina is the Chief Operations Officer of St. Mary's Center. After joining the organization in October of 2023 as Chief Administrative Officer, Mrs. Bryant's roles oversees Human Resources Administrative Team, Security, and IT, and she's expanded to include all programs as of August of 2024. Prior to joining St. Mary's Center, Mrs. Bryant served 2 decades for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, holding 14 roles in 2 divisions, developing skills and organizational effectiveness, project management, and process development. And she retired as their Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Senior Manager. In that role, where she served as the key advisor to the Vice President of Talent and Acquisition, Diversity, Equity, and Belonging, and other business leaders by providing directional advice in diversity-related issues. We are very pleased to have this esteemed group with us today, and we are going to get started.
Duas So we are coming in.
And I'd like to say that I'm Gail Jackson Blount. I'm the president and founder of Jackson Communications, a local marketing firm here in Boston. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. All right, so we will get started with our first question. Can all of you talk about, like, what made you get involved in community work? Each of you have an illustrious background, an extensive background in doing and working for public sector. Can you talk about that? Maybe we can start with April.
Sure. So I just think the way that I was raised, I'm also from a family of all public servants, including my mom, who worked for the state for over 27 years. And so it kind of has been embedded into me that way. But interestingly enough, when I was in law school, I did a course, a family law course that required you to work for a lawyer during the time of the course. And I worked at a family legal services center and counseling center, Classic, formerly known as Classic, now known as De Novo, which did legal services for DV victims, immigration, people seeking asylum, housing, and things of that nature. But they're also unique in that they have counseling services as well. So I was working with this attorney as a law school student, and after I graduated, they asked me to be on the board, which meant that was going to be my first board ever, right? Ever, for a nonprofit, period. And I joined, had no idea what I was doing, and learned, and I stayed on the board for 15 years, serving as president for 4, right? And so that was my introduction. And I stayed on, and I was interested in it because it was something I was passionate about, and I figured I could use my passion and grow my service by serving on that board. So that's how I got started in serving boards. I've served on the Mass Black Lawyers Association board. I've served on YW Boston's board. I currently serve on 2 Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court nominated boards. I serve on as the chair of the Lawyers Concerned for Lawyers Oversight Committee, as well as MLAC, the Massachusetts Legal Assistance Corporation. So I still have that ability to serve on some boards, and all of those boards that I named mean something to me. And that's what drew me to being on them.
That's excellent, great. And also, could you just share, do you know how old you were when you joined your first board?
Really?
Really?
Really. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. 24.
Okay, that's great. No, I think that's important. It's
Please don't do the math, y'all. Don't do the math.
That's right, exactly. Okay, Raul?
Sure. And thanks, Gail, everybody for being here. For me, I grew up in New York in El Barrio, in Spanish Harlem, and then later on the South Bronx, and lived in an under-resourced community and went to under-resourced schools before I was put on this different educational path. And I think all the time about what we in communities of color are often faced with, and how we are able to change our circumstance. And so much of that is not about what government does or folks outside do, but about what we do in our community and how we lift ourselves up in our community. And so I found myself some years later living in Brookline, Massachusetts, which y'all know Brookline. I describe Brookline often as overwhelmingly white, relatively wealthy, and allegedly progressive.
Okay. That's good. That's great.
And I find myself, but there are people of color in Brookline. You got to find us. But we're there. And I think the thing that activated me when I and sort of drawing on my own history and experience and everything was actually the case of this firefighter, Gerald Alston, a black firefighter in Brookline, whose white supervisor had left a voicemail, left the N-word on his voicemail. And this is 11 years ago now, and the town didn't take that issue seriously. And because of that, it became a bigger issue. And ultimately, the white supervisor got promoted, and Gerald, the black firefighter, got fired as a result of complaining about this. And I was there when 2 other black officers of color at a select board meeting in Brookline also got fired after complaining of racial discrimination in the town of Brookline and wouldn't go to work because they were fearing for their lives working with some of these other officers. And I was there, and Gerald was there speaking, and that was the moment that I said, I got to get involved here. I can't let things like this happen in the place where I live and not say or do something about it. And that's when I ended up getting involved in what's called town meeting and the town format, and then ultimately running for select board. And I was very open about making it my mission to settle this case with Gerald in a way that benefited him, even if it cost the town. And ultimately, we settled with Gerald for the number that he asked for, which is $11 million.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yes, that's great. That's great. And can you, and again, this is all very important because this is also part of activism, community activism. Can you just share, Raul, what age range, I should say, were you when you got started? I mean, it's important for people to know.
Late. I mean, for me, it was late.
Okay.
April was early.
Yeah.
For me, it was late. I don't know, I'm mid-30s or something like that before I really started. I will tell you, I lived in Brooklyn. You know, we have a town form of government, and there's cities and towns in Massachusetts, and towns don't have mayors. I lived in Brookline for 5 years thinking I just didn't know who the mayor was.
Right.
Not realizing there was not
a mayor. Exactly.
Right? That's how little I was involved in the community where I was living, and there was some moment that activated me. And you know, that was not until fairly recently.
And I think that that's key because, again, it was your passion, you know, that brought you to activism.
Yeah.
Okay, Christina.
So I'll start off by saying I'm 24. Okay.
And you look good too.
But I would say I was really born into the work, and I mean it when I say it. I'm biracial. I have a white mother, a black father. So depending on which side of the family I was with or what type of activities my mother was exposing me to, I could see the difference very quickly in regards to disparities, right, within the communities that I was exposed to. And so navigating being biracial, or at that time, everybody referring to you as mulatto and not really fitting in either groups, I had to really navigate my own way. But one thing for sure, no matter where I was or what I was doing, I was passionate about making sure to use my voice so nobody felt the way that I felt. And so I would always look for opportunities, whether it was within volunteering or finding different organizations that had the mission and values that meant a lot to me, where I can lean in. But it was really during the time that I was doing DEI work at my former employer where I knew that if it wasn't me, who was it going to be able to amplify the voices and bring stories along? And similar to Raul, I'm living in a town where I thought I didn't know who the mayor was. We have a select board. And it wasn't until there was an impact in regards to districting, where my kids were impacted, that I was like, oh no, we are not doing this, because the districting plan impacted more black and brown kids in that school district than anybody else. So that was when I was being more and more exposed to school committee and select board and all of the different committees that the town and I, as a citizen, had privilege to participate in and wasn't taking advantage to it. So I would say that part of that activation really came about within the last 5 years. And now you can't get me to shut up.
Can't stop you, right? That's their passion speaking.
Yeah.
Okay, well, all right, so we're going to move on to our next question. And this one, we'll start with you, April. Actually, is directed towards you. In your role as the chief secretary, you oversee the division which is called Boards and Commission. Can you explain and share with everyone what that is, and also how does one get involved?
Okay. So I oversee two divisions. I oversee the Boards and Commissions division as well as the Personnel division. Tasia Williams, my Director of Personnel, is here. Wave, Tasia. And so I have the distinct honor, as I mentioned earlier, to oversee the appointments of 700 plus boards and commissions, as well as thousands of managerial appointments within the administration. So I'd like to start off here because I believe in doing the work, and so I want to know who in this room, you can just raise your hand if you're able to, who in the room either works for the state currently or is on a board and commission.
For the Commonwealth specifically?
For the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Okay, so I have some work to do, but thank you. Thank you for your service. Okay, thank you for your service. So, in terms of boards and commissions, one thing I'm going to tell you right now is to jot this down: www.mass.gov/boards. If you are interested in serving on a board, commission, or council, I want you to go to that website and I want you to peruse that website. You can look up boards and commissions based off of an issue, right? Issue matter. You can look it up based off of the 11 different secretariats that are within the administration to see where you want to fit. Education, labor workforce development, economic development. I'm not going to name all of them. Whatever is your passion, your interest, your experience, you can find something relevant to that on that website. And we have brought it up to date in the year of our Lord 2024, which means that you can also apply through that website. I'm going to shout out a little later the specific boards we're looking at right now where we could use some help, and specific industries that we're looking at. So that's one way. Another way is always approaching me, having a conversation. My team is happy to meet with people when it comes to boards and commissions, and also when it comes to if you're looking for a job, right? Tasia will meet with you. I will meet with you. We have several people that we do video meetings with people, and she's meeting folks for the first time face-to-face today, and it's like, wow, and people are happy. And so we like that. So I say, find what your interest is, find what you're passionate about. Don't doubt yourself. Don't think this is not for me, right? If you're passionate about it and it's something that you want to do, let's talk. Let's have a conversation, because it's important that we are on these boards and commissions and in state government to be able to influence policy. Right? To be able to influence progress. You heard me shout out economic development. You heard me shout out education. You heard me shout out labor and workforce development. Healthcare, right? All of those sectors are very important to our survival, period. And so it's important that you not shy away from looking to see what is something out there for you. What is an interest of yours that you can apply through a board's or a commission or a council. We just, over the weekend, I don't know who blasted us, but we just got a batch of applications. And so I was excited to see that because I haven't seen that. And so I feel like people are getting more comfortable with who you are. And when I tell you there's a breadth of boards, there's a cosmetology board. Well, I'm like, what? My hairstylist can be on a board? Right? So, like, it runs the gamut of what is out there. So, and you heard me say 700 plus. That's a lot. And there are many seats on each board. You know, there's some specific seats, unfortunately, but that also speaks to your talents. That also speaks to your experience. And then there are general seats that are available for you to sit on, which means you don't have to have the exact experience. Your interest and passion is important as well. You don't want to be on a board and commission if you don't love the work that they're doing and want to be part of the fabric of the success of that for your community.
Great. Yeah, excellent point. Yes.
Sorry, just, you know, I would be remiss in not thinking of my role here with the dinner group, right? Yeah. And when we were really planning this event, we wanted to ensure that there were calls to action, right? That you're not just spending your time here and then you're going to get inspired and then you're going to leave and that's it. So I just to the point you made, I would bring up what I heard Anthony say a short time ago about most of us being confused about our giftedness, right? So we have a calling, we have an action where all of our gifts in this room are of value to the state. So
exactly, to the state and also to, you know, organizations within your own community.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So our next question, thank you. Our next question, and this is for Raul. What do you find are the biggest challenges facing us, in community engagement today?
Yeah, that's a big one. In terms of the challenges, I think people are so stretched with everything going on in their own lives and the challenges that they face personally in their own lives and with their families, and then doing what they can to contribute in community as well as to work to earn a living so that they can pay the rent and stuff like that. And so getting people to say, hey, can you want to come to this community meeting or this other thing about this issue, I think for those of us that are engaging folks in community around, let's say, issues that are political or just matter, I think for us, we've got to make the case that this is a valuable use of their time, and we have to make sure, I was talking with somebody about this recently, about making sure that there's a viable path toward change where we not so such that we don't show up, people pretend to hear us and then disregard what we have to say, but there's a real viable path toward change. And so, in our organization, we are focused on meaningful, measurable change. I remember, my friends, some of our friends, Shigona Dowu in the past saying, people want to get credit for things that they're doing, but what they need to be judged on is the progress that they're making, right? And that's the measure, is whether or not, because otherwise you're just doing things. You're just doing things. And if it's not actually changing, if it's not moving the dial, if we're not increasing home ownership rates, if we're not increasing graduation rates, if we're not actually measurably changing the circumstances that people are living in, then we did something, but we can't exactly claim credit for it. So that's what we're focused on, is what are the measures that we want to move on, and then it's around accountability. It's accountability for our community, for our elected officials, for nonprofits, for the business community, and also holding ourselves accountable to those measures as well, so that we're not just pointing our finger outward, but we're saying we need to do better, we need to do different, and have a pathway toward doing that. So I think getting people excited about what's possible, but also making sure that we are respectful of their time and their energy, and making sure that when we direct it somewhere, it's because we really think it's actually going to lead to some serious change.
Yeah. Absolutely. And even just to continue that thought a little bit, and I think we've had conversations about this. What, in terms of accountability, what is our responsibility? I know that there are many people, for example, in this room today who do serve on boards. And as professionals and people who have a seat at the table, what is our responsibility? And Christina, I'm going to go to you with that.
Yeah, I think what's really important as we navigate conversations, to your point, I don't want to keep repeating myself. I don't want to keep talking about the thing, right? I think it's really important as leaders who are in spaces, holding these seats, thinking of transitioning, whether they're tired or they're looking into getting something new, is ensuring that they're succession planning, whether it's someone that they're currently mentoring or someone within the community that they recognize as somebody who could be very valuable and bring stuff to the table. I think about my own personal journey, and I know my life would have looked very different a year ago if I didn't have those people that were recognizing something in me that I didn't recognize in myself. And the only way that happens is with conversation. So the other piece I would say, when we have the conversation about succession planning, I can't expect that, and I'll just say Betty, because Betty's sitting here, I can't expect Betty to know that I want a seat on X board and she's connected if I don't have a conversation with Betty and explain to Betty, here are the skills, this is why I think I would be. I need to do the work from that accountability perspective myself. I think the other piece from accountability is we can't hoard the seats. So when we think of the time and the effort that each person is spending on different activities, there's room to bring others along. We spoke quickly about, town and local government because of the work that I did fighting the redistricting plan. A lot of people approached me about running for school committee. right? And I was very excited. I was passionate. I was ready to sign up. And then they talked to me about another candidate who I'd be running against. And I recognized that that other candidate would bring more value because of some of the experiences she was bringing to the table. I can still support her. I can still show up. I can still be a voice. But I need to also recognize that there's somebody out there that can do the job differently and a little better than I could possibly do. So I think the conversations are important, the real check of myself and the capacity that I would have versus someone else, and being aware of the different seats that are available and making others aware that you're interested in.
Exactly. Does anyone else have anything to contribute, or?
Just something, I'm trying to connect this to our conversation, but something that came up in my mind while we've been sitting here is also about, the impact that we have just by being in places and spaces. Yes. Just by showing up, we force these spaces to reckon with us, as showing up as ourselves authentically as we are. And then when we can actually really articulate our experiences in a way that gets the other people sitting in the room to think differently about the problem that we're all trying to address on one of these boards, committees, or commissions, like that's when we really change the game, right? So just showing up is like a big part of it, right? Huge. Forcing them to reckon with us, being in those spaces, but then actually contributing, and I think what we really need, and I'm hopeful, I saw those hands go up, and I'm hopeful that a lot more people apply for these. I only applied, by the way, I was sat on a statewide board, the Racial Imbalance Advisory Council, and it was after an Amplify Latinx event over at the Kennedy Center, and then somebody said, hey, Raul, I think you might be good for it. I didn't even know that they even existed. Again, I'm living in my own world, right? And I looked it up, and I did the thing, I did the search, and I said, that seems like something, I'm an educator, that matters to me. I applied, I was on it, and I served for 6 years, the last year's chair. Right? And that was just because somebody just tapped me on the shoulder. She sent me actually a Facebook message saying, you should apply for maybe one of these boards.
Yeah, see, and that's wonderful. And now look at you. Yeah. And that's something, again, going back to a responsibility that we have is being intentional about bringing others along, about introducing them when we see talent, to identify that talent and to also help bring that talent to the organization. All right, so another area that we want to talk about is the benefits from a company's perspective, not whether you're a nonprofit organization or you're a major corporation. What are the benefits from a company's perspective for their employees to be involved in boards?
Absolutely. Yeah. So one of the things that really excites me at St. Mary's Center for Women and Children is a lot of our employees are on the ground in the day-to-day of the work. Right? So what better advocates for the residents? We're a shelter for women and children experiencing homelessness. What better advocates do we have than the people who are in the day-to-day with the families advocating in these spaces? We have members that sit on health equity boards, because how is it possible to remain healthy if you're not able to rest? Lay in your own home and rest. So we encourage all opportunities that come through the leadership team to go directly back to our employees. We compensate in regards to time, making sure that they have the availability to go, send them to additional trainings in the event that they need, a particular skill set or conversational piece, a topic that they're interested in, just to continue to empower those conversations. But we try to definitely encourage spaces around health equity, homelessness, anything that is impactful and will give them not only fulfillment. We don't want it to feel like work. If you are encouraged to join the board and you have, cosmetology in your background, we would support that too. But it also helps in regards to employee engagement, because they're also taking from the board experience and bringing back to us, whether it's networks or perspective, innovative thoughts. It's been a wonderful opportunity to see how it really can impact the business by offering this time to the employees.
Absolutely. And the brand.
And the brand.
And branding.
Yeah.
I think that's which is really big, and that's the piece that benefits a lot of companies by having their employees out there in various networks and advocating for them and really selling the company.
And as I'm thinking about it, we actually also have multiple members who sit on a national board because we want to make sure that we're ensuring that the advocacy is not only at the local level, state level, but also national level.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you for that. The next question is going to be for April. You mentioned earlier that you'll share with the audience details about about what the type of opportunities that are available through with the Commonwealth, and also how can one apply. Okay.
The website.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me say this. I'm going to sidetrack a little bit. Being here in this seat right here, this room is incredible. Right? The dinner group is doing some things. You understand me? Because this room, there is so much talent in this room. There's so much talent in this room. There's so much expertise in this room. There are people who are looking to change jobs, people who are looking for a job. This is the room to be in. These are the rooms to be in. The dinner groups, gatherings, sign up because they sell out, because they look like rooms like this all the time, right? Which is an incredible networking experience. And you will meet people that you thought you would never meet and make a connection with that could change your life and transition it. So super kudos to the dinner group. I will never stop singing your praises.
That's right.
From the get-go.
Congratulations again.
But this is incredible. And so as I look out into this room and I'm saying apply through our website, please. I want to also share that we've done, since the Haley Driscoll administration has been in office, we've done over 1,000 appointments thus far in terms of boards and commissions. And our goal is to have as much diversity, the breadth of diversity throughout the boards and commissions, throughout appointments. That's why I'm here in this role. And I see that as the reason I'm here, and that is part of my job. And so I just want to share a couple of stats that we are, thus far with all our board appointments, over 1,000, we are at 54% women.
Yes.
That deserves a hand clap. So 54% of our appointments have been women. 41 to 42% of those appointments, women of color.
Yes.
So we are very intentional. We also have two individuals who have self-identified. There could be more, but have self-identified as non-binary and transgender, right?
Yes.
So we're looking at the breadth of diversity for these boards and commissions because we need your lens and your perspective at these tables. It is important to us in moving policy that is equitable, and we want to make sure that we are an affordable state, right, and a competitive state. And so we need collectively people at these tables and in these rooms making the decisions and being part of the decision making.
Yeah.
So I don't even remember the question, but I had to put that out there. Okay. And then examples of boards and commissions that we are focused on and would love for you to think about are the Board of Registration of Architects, Board of Registration of Real Estate Brokers and Salesmen. I know there are a lot in here. The Board of Registration of Cosmetology and Barbering, the Board of Registration of Landscape Architects, Real Estate Appraisers, Massage Therapy, Public Accountancy, and then we have local state school boards, right, if you're interested in local housing authorities. We also have a Rare Disease Council, as well as just looking for people who have a background expertise in engineering, civil, mechanical, landscape architects, blue economy, guys, early education and care, and then medical professionals in the vaccine space. So again, some of these are very specialized, but we are special people.
Yes.
And so I know that the talent and the interest is in this room. So again, please go to our website, peruse, apply. Feel free to send me an email letting me know, hey, this is what I applied to, or hey, this is what I'm interested in. Can we talk? Happy to have a conversation.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you so much.
Excuse me? www.mass.gov/boards.
Okay, great.
Gail,
Yes.
Just to piggyback off of what April said in regards to having so many people in this room coming together collectively, right? One of the things that had came up in conversation is a lot of times, because we may not see progress or agree fully with what's happening at a particular table, you have the urge to just go off and start your own, right? And I think that worked well for a good period of time, where to the reason the dinner group exists, right? Not having the places and spaces for us. But where we are having more and more of these spaces, one of the things that I stand firm on is really wanting more of us, instead of building our own tables, to continue to pull up chairs to the ones that are built. Because if we just keep to the point earlier made of like hoarding boards, or you have the same five or six people showing up at the same things, you lose sight of continuing to move forward and progress and bringing different perspective. And I know, Gil, you had. Thank you. I'll take that.
That's right. That's great. Because it's so key, because you hear, and especially within our communities of color, people, it's the same people all the time. And that's something that there's so much talent out here. And I think, as you said, and as we've all discussed, that it brings a breath of fresh air and perspective when you diversify and, bringing more people on. And that's why, again, those of us who are in key positions where you can bring on new talent, that's a responsibility. And instead of sort of recycling, as you called it earlier, recycling the same people over and over again.
That's something too. Yeah, this got me thinking about back in undergrad. I went to undergrad at BU, and there was a time. Represent. Go Terriers. And then there was a time, actually, a Tribe Called Quest came to perform, but they came to perform at BC. All right, there you go. So we got even, And so I went with some of my buddies, a hip hop head, and I went, and I don't know who thought of the idea first, but we were like, we got to get on stage. I don't know why. We just thought, we got to get on stage. We got to do it. We're going to find a way. We're going to find a way. And so we went around, we went through the seats, and then we ended up climbing on top of the speakers.
Oh, Lord.
And my two buddies, they got caught by security. They got, come on now. But I kept going.
Yes.
And then I jumped out for the speakers. I was on stage, and then they came for me. You just you got to do this. So they come for you, just do that. And make sure you'll be all right. And then Q-Tip was like, no. He's good. And we ended up rhyming on stage. It was Check the Rhyme.
Yes.
It was awesome. Right?
That's good.
For me, the moral is not like I want to be on stage, they want to be on stage, but we went together. Right? Like we didn't rush the stage, but that's kind of what we need to do, is rush the stage. Right? We're not all going to end up getting appointed, but we're all going to end up in the pool, and then we're going to make that pool look different, and we're going to make those appointments look different.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking.
Excellent. That's right. Yes.
I love that.
Excellent. Okay, so the next question, and I know that we have a time. We're very conscious of the time here. Just briefly, a couple of people mentioned something about corporate boards, and I know that there are many people in the room today who have an interest in that perspective. Christina, do you have anything that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I would definitely say, in consideration for corporate boards, it's your brand that precedes you. So you have to continue to do well in your day job and show up and show out in your day job first to even get your name close to the room. So oddly enough, I was originally considering a board appointment at the organization I'm currently now working at, but it was my name, the work that I did, that got me even mentioned in that room. So you have to continue to show interest, network. There's plenty of opportunities online in regards to corporate board repositories, where you can look, and very similar to April's multiple interests. They are paid, right? And so it's a lot harder to get a seat. But what I will strongly encourage for those that are in board seats, corporate board seats, getting paid for those seats, that you hold a great responsibility to the bottom line, to your investors. You need to show up every day and not necessarily just approach the work to have your name tied to it. You need to be there and asking the questions, the tough questions. That's the whole point. You're holding the organization accountable. I can't tell my board when I'm giving them the numbers of diversity, well, yeah, it doesn't look that great this month. I got to explain to them why my numbers look the way they do, what the plan is to change them if they need to be changed, etc. So I expect the board to be able to give me the same energy in trying to find out why, in showing the interest in, let's sit down, talk about strategy. What are the gaps that you all are looking to fill, and maybe us as part of, whatever committee it is can help you brainstorm. But they should not be used just as a power play. We're beyond that.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you for that, Christina. And April, can you just briefly share, briefly, there are some boards in the Commonwealth that are paid boards. Can you just give an example of a few?
Sure. So a lot of people come up to me and say, where are the paid boards? There are approximately 10 of them. And what that means is jobs. These are legit jobs. So if you have a job, you would have to give up your job because it's a job. And for example, for example, we're talking the parole board, we're talking the Civil Service Commission, we're talking about the Gaming Commission, we're talking about the Cannabis Commission, we're talking about the Mass Commission Against Discrimination. Those are paid boards. Those are legit jobs, though. There may be boards where you might be compensated for travel or those type of expenses. There's one unique board where if you're on it, your time served goes towards the pension. So there's that. But that is really the extent and the level of the paid boards that exist throughout Massachusetts. They're real jobs.
Yep, that's great. And it's great to learn about those opportunities as well. Okay, so according to Board Source, which is an organization that helps identify and match talent for boards of directors, less than 2% of nonprofit board members are under the age of 30. In contrast, 57% of nonprofit board members are over the age of 50. What do you think? Well, one, I think as a collective, we want to share, and that was why I asked about how early you got started on your board of directors. It's really important for organizations to have the diversity of experiences, diversity of thought, whether you're 25 years old or whether you're 55 years old or 80 years old. And so that's one of the things that we also wanted to bring up and to mention. And I know as a young professional, as we talked before, that this is an opportunity for people to develop their skills, build the professional network, which is also very important and key as people are developing in their careers, as well as to develop a deeper understanding and what it takes to be a successful leader. And so, again, we wanted to stress the importance of that. And I don't know if either of you would like to share a couple of words in that regard, or?
I think because I started off so early on my first board, and for the longest time I just kept saying I've been here for 7 years, I've been here for 7 years, and it was like adding up. And by the time I got to 15, I was like, I've been saying I've been at 7 years for forever, and it's now 15. So, and then do the math, because I said at 24, right? So that was an incredible experience, and I got to meet so many different people just in that room, and to network with so many different people. It wasn't just lawyers in the room, right? There were people from various sectors, because we were trying to help people. That was part of the board and the mission of the agency. And so I'm ecstatic that I had that opportunity, but like I said in my remarks earlier, right, you have to blaze trails, and someone blazed that trail for me. So even though, as I mentioned also, like I didn't imagine it for myself, someone had imagined it for me, and I took on that opportunity. So allow people to imagine things for you also. People that you know, that you trust. Allow them to imagine that. Don't short yourself. And that's what I mean about so much talent in this room, right? We can sometimes doubt ourselves, right? And I want to encourage everyone in here that the next time you doubt yourself, just stop for a second. And instead of doubt, say, what do I deserve?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And then go for it, right? And if you get that no, at least you tried, and it was your own decision. It wasn't doubt that decided it for you.
Yes.
And then try again.
Great.
Because at some point, the no is going to become a yes, and the yes is going to be the right yes for you.
Yeah.
Well, April, thank you so much. As we're talking about, as we're wrapping up, we have 2 minutes left. And so that was actually a great summary of like words of wisdom that you'd like to share, with people as we're closing this panel. And Raul and Christina, do you have anything you'd like to share in closing?
You want to go first?
Yeah, so 2 things. To piggyback off what you said, I would say your own, while you're navigating your disbelief, get yourself a village. And I have a lot of my village in here. I see y'all shaking y'all heads. I won't call out any names because I know if I leave somebody behind, I'm going to hear it. But of all things to take away from this activation today, if you have the privilege to vote, I don't care. Don't just show up.
You took my thunder. You stole my she stole my clothing.
Don't show up. No. But don't just show up every 4 years. You have a duty at your local town politics, your state level politics. If you have that privilege to do so, you do it. And you make the best choice for the collective. You don't do it just about yourself. It's all of us that need to move forward.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Raul?
Sorry.
Yeah, no. Real quick, it's just no one's going to trip over you and be like, oh, you want to be on our board? Like, they got to know you're out there, right? Like, your LinkedIn has to be up. Put a photo on your LinkedIn. Come on now, people. I want to know who you are. Like that has to be set up. You got, and this is what I was going to say. And people have to know your hands up. People have to know that you're interested in serving in some way. Do a little post about it. Hey, if you know of any opportunities, I think I'm ready and interested in serving. Let your people know that you're ready for opportunities, and they're going to come your way.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. Please give our panelists a round of applause. And thank you to the Boston Dinner Group. And I must say, as the former president of the Massachusetts Women's Political Caucus, you must vote. We have less than 2 months, and we have an important election coming up. And although this is not a political organization, I couldn't not get that in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to introduce Claudia Mathis, VP of Social Impact at Fidelity. She leads the partnership with the United Negro College Fund. We're going to ask her to come up on the stage and begin her presentation. So big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? No. Let's try this again. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I hope your lunch was a little bit more. One more time. Now you can hear me. There we go. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here today on behalf of Fidelity Investments, a proud sponsor of the Dinner Group Conference. I am here along with some of my colleagues. Make some noise, Fidelity. Thank you. The conference theme this year is Empowering Self to Empower Communities. And I can't think of anything more appropriate to celebrate that pursuit than to share a few updates on our Invest in My Education initiative. It is Fidelity's $250 million initiative designed to help lower the barriers to higher education and economic mobility for students from under-resourced and underrepresented communities. The Fidelity Scholars Program is at the center of the Invest in My Education initiative. We provide mentorship with the help of over 500 Fidelity associates across the country who are trained by our partner organization, Mentor. We give last dollar financial support as well as financial education, equipping students with the knowledge to make informed decisions about budgeting, managing debt, saving, and investing alongside academic and personal coaching delivered by our scholarship administrator, the United Negro College Fund. We also have mental health and wellness resources which are shared with our scholars via the Steve Fund. Since 2023, which was our inaugural year, we have awarded more than 600 scholarships. Our goal is for students to graduate prepared for career opportunities with little or no debt to delay or diminish their launch into a job or career that helps them to sustain their life and continue to work toward their goals. 66% of our Fidelity scholars identify as first-generation college students, making it all the more important for us to provide the wraparound support that we do. Let's take a moment to hear directly from our scholars and some of the people that support them.
The Fidelity Scholars Program is your key to do the thing you've always wanted to do. Power. Groundbreaking. Game-changing.
I was walking down the street and I pulled out my phone and it said, "Congratulations, you're a Fidelity Scholar." And I was like,
for many of our young people who want opportunity is usually not there for them.
I'm a first-generation student. I come from a single-parent household.
Giving them resources, not only scholarship dollars, but mentorship.
I'm going to be even more proud of myself and for my family, too.
This gives me the opportunity to get an education as well as my siblings.
It's really an opportunity for me to give back. Okay, is this on? To give back to people like me and really help them when I could have had a lot of help.
These young people are exceptional and extraordinary, and we should be trying to knock down every barrier that's in their way.
it's life-changing.
I've seen that video about 50 times and it still gives me the feels. This summer, Fidelity welcomed 421 new scholars across 7 states. The Fidelity Scholars Orientation Sessions began last weekend in 4 of those states, and we are really excited to be meeting the Massachusetts, DC, and New Jersey cohorts this weekend. The Fidelity Scholars are the very definition of empowering self to empower community, and we are deeply inspired by the students and the families the program has touched thus far. It is now my honor to introduce the next session, and it promises to be a great one. It is entitled Excellence is a Choice, Managing Your Brand, presented by Kaplan Mowbray, an award-winning author, motivational speaker, and career consultant. Kaplan is globally acclaimed as one of the world's most dynamic and inspirational business speakers whose innovative presentations. All right now.
Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard.
Should I wait?
Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard.
Innovative presentations and, business speakers whose innovative presentations have been described as life-changing events. Kaplan is here to excite and inspire us while sharing strategies that we can leverage to help improve our personal brand and advance our careers. Please join me in welcoming Kaplan Mowbray to the stage.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 How's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing today? All right. This how's everyone doing today? This how's everyone doing today? This how's everyone doing today? It is an absolute pleasure to be with you today as we celebrate your excellence, the amazing things you do in your future, in your career, and this powerful moment of now. Before we start, I'd like to start by having a little bit of fun. Tell me you guys can hear this. Let's have some fun. Every single day, there's a song being sung about you. And the question is, what is that song? What is the music that you leave when someone sees you, meets you, has an interaction with you? All of it shapes your brand. And every single day that you come to life, you come as this heartbeat that creates an opportunity for someone. So think about this moment of now in your career and the power of your brand. What's the music that plays when someone meets you? Success, absolutely. What's the music that plays? If you're going to change your life, grow your career, and elevate yourself, you got to be the heartbeat that creates the brand call you. The energy call you. So take a deep breath with me. Take a deep breath. Let it out. Take another deep breath. Let it out. If you were lucky enough, grateful enough to take that breath, you know that you have the most tremendous, awesome opportunity to breathe new life into your career, into your life, into your future, into your efforts, your potential. It's an opportunity, and it's a choice, if you accept it. So today we talk about your brand, we talk about the ability to maximize, accelerate, and prepare for the opportunities ahead of you. Say maximize, accelerate, prepare. We have to maximize opportunity. We have to accelerate growth, and we have to prepare for future success. That's the opportunity of excellence. That's the opportunity of having an excellence mindset, because every single day you have a choice as to how you show up. Curious, engaged, and ready. Curious, engaged, and ready. Excellence will always be a choice. It will always be a choice, because when you're sitting at a table, you're either sitting at a table bringing something to it, or you're just taking up space and someone wants your seat. So the goal of going from a goal to a result is what drives the opportunity that we have every single day. But as you think about this perspective, every single day you have to decide who you're going to be, how you're going to be, what you're going to deliver, the opportunity you're going to have. Every single day you have to decide. You have to decide your commitment to your goal. A lot of us have a goal that we have in life. But the question is, have you signed up for the commitment? The commitment. Goal plus commitment equals result. Goal plus commitment equals result. So next time you say, I want a promotion, ask yourself, am I willing to put in the time, the effort, the work, the time, the commitment to make it happen? Excellence means talking in the language of commitment, not goal. That means to your organization, to your community, to your development, to your growth. It means your brand. Do they know you? Do they trust you? Do they like you? Do they value you? Do they respect you? And are you known for an impact that you have or just for a job title that you hold? Every single day you come to work and to life with this question. What happens because you are here? What happens because you are on our team, in our company? Every single day you have to be the answer to the question, because you are here. So it means you have to be an answer, not a question. People get ahead in their life and in their career because they are an answer to a problem, to an opportunity, to a solution. They're not a question as to why you're here. Where are you going? What do we know about you? Be an answer, not a question. So the opportunity for us all today is, how are you showing up? How are you showing up? That's the question. Every single day you have an opportunity. How are you showing up? That's the question. And that's the opportunity. And who's showing up for you? Who is showing up for you? That's the opportunity. That's the question. And are you ready? Are you ready? That's the question. Are you ready? Are you ready? That's the question. Are you ready? Every single day you have an opportunity when you're building your brand to show up with the opportunity that delivers excellence. But you have to understand one thing. When you come to work and when you come to life, someone is watching. Look at someone right now and say, I see you. Look at someone and say, I see you. Look at someone and say, I see you. 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 Someone is always watching. They're always watching, and they say, I see you. And the question, what do they see when they see you? That's the question. When you think about managing your brand, what do they see when they see you? We have to be intentional in our effort. We have to hold ourselves to a consistent high standard. And we have to bring the unique, authentic best self. Because there's no one like you. There is 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 no one like you. So we have to bring our authentic best self in driving the narrative that shapes our brand. I see you. Someone is watching. And the question is, what do they see when they see you? There's power in your presence, and your presence will create possibilities. And the question is, are you a disappearing act? Or do people really see you? Oftentimes in our careers, we get stuck because people don't see us. Yeah, you're head down. You're doing the work. But it's hard for people to see you if you don't look up. So the question I have for you today is, are you sitting under the table? Are you sitting under the table? Meaning there's something you could do even better with your excellence, because excellence is a choice, but you choose to fall back, not be on camera, not say something, shrink. How many people have ever said to themselves, I am the only? Raise your hand. I am the only. Sometimes it's like, I'm the only African American in the room. I'm the only woman in the room. I'm the only. Now let's have real talk. If you are the only, let's say for example you were the only African American black in the room. Who's the most visible? Who's the most visible? You. So if you decide to shrink, I'm not going to say something, I'm not going to contribute, I'm not going to bring anything, I'm not going to be on camera, they're watching you shrink. But you want to get promoted. But you don't want to be seen. So are you really managing your brand to elevate your career? The opportunity of visibility and excellence means, what do they see when they see you? We have to know the answer to that, not be a question to that. What do they say when they see you? We should know the narrative, the music that's played. Because if you don't know, someone's going to shape it for you and sing a song that you didn't want to hear. And the question is, why you? Why you? Every single day, there's got to be this answer of why you. Because guess what? When there is, can we talk? Can we talk? Because I know you. I trust you. I love your excellence. I know you. So the question and the opportunity is, if you are a question and not an answer, why you? Why not you? Why not you? Why not you? So understand that your brand is something you have to manage with intention. Don't leave it to a question. Don't leave it to chance. Because there's something that makes you stand out. Because there's no one like you. And you gotta own it. You've gotta own it. You gotta own it. Because there's something that will allow someone to remember you and champion your brand and make you indispensable, the first choice when there's an opportunity, the first choice when there's a promotion. So I want to share with you these principles around building your brand. And my goal is that you leave here with a perspective that elevates your life. First, remember what brands create higher value. People place a higher value on brands they can recall. So if they can't recall you, they may also not think you are good. So when you're sitting there shrinking, thinking, I'm the only in the room, 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 your brand is shrinking too. And all of a sudden, they don't think you're good. And the next round of cuts come, you were the most visible for the cut, not for the keep. So the question I have for you today is, what's your brand? And think about your personal brand. It's these four elements that come together. When you think about your brand, there's these four elements that come together. Your identity, your story, your esteem, and your reputation. Because someone will always have lights, camera, action on you if you create the story and the music that is played. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is, how do others identify you? What do others celebrate about you? What's the story that's being shared about you? And what are you known for? And every single day you have to have this contract with yourself that challenges you to say, who am I? What's my identity? How am I showing up? And you have to ask yourself these questions. How do you identify yourself? And you have to ask yourself these questions. What's the story being shared about you in a room? What do people celebrate about you? Is there a celebration about you and your work and your name? What do others say about you when you're not in the room? And what do you want to be known for? And today, people meet you before they meet you, so even on social media, it matters. So the question is your brand creating an opportunity for you? Where there's lights, camera, action? Or not? So today, we think about this. The first principle is you got to know yourself. And then what that means is, why do people trust you? Why do they remember you? Why do they like working with you? And what results are you known for achieving? You have to have a contract with yourself to know yourself. Trustworthy, memorable, likable, results-driven. The story of your brand creates a story of your opportunity. So you got to know yourself to brand yourself. You got to know yourself to brand yourself. That means that when someone says your name, there should be a litany of words that quickly can be rattled off because you're relevant. Because if people can't rattle off words about you in any room because they don't know you, you haven't said anything, they don't know your brand, your impact, they can't rattle words about you, you become undiscovered. Or they know your brand, They trust your brand. They know your narrative. They know your value. They know your impact. They know your excellence. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? They don't have to look any further. 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 So, what do you celebrate about yourself? And what you celebrate about yourself creates what others celebrate about you. I want to say that again. What you celebrate about yourself creates what others share and celebrate about you. You get ahead in your career. It's not my time. Oh, you got to give me. What others celebrate about you creates what others share about you. They gave me 45 minutes. So we know that change is inevitable, yes. We got to get Frank out of here. Frank, change is inevitable. What that means is sometimes some of you in this room are going through this period where you feel undiscovered, overlooked, and unappreciated. You understand that your brand and how you manage it for excellence is going to drive that narrative of agility. What you celebrate about yourself creates what others share about you. So if there's no celebration, do you have a brand? The mindset of excellence means that you have to show up. Change equals opportunity. Change equals opportunity. So wherever you are in your life, your career, right now, understand that you have the power to own your narrative, to own your brand. But you got to know what you want to be known for. You got to know what you want to be known for. You got to understand that there's a hero in you. There's a superpower in you that challenges you to be even better every single day. When someone meets you, there's a hero established about you. And you save the day. Say 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 save the day. Someone is counting on you to save the day. They're counting on you to save the day. So the question and the opportunity, are you celebrating for the hero that you are? Or are you undiscovered? It matters. Because every single day there's a standard that stares you in the face when you look in the mirror. The question is, what are the words that come back as to who you are and how you show up? What's your standard? You will rise to the level of your standards, and it will ignite your effort. So you look at this, what do you see in life? You see what you look for. So if you don't tell people what to look for in you, why and how should they see it? And it means every single day when you understand the process of excellence, you have to understand that success is not a coincidence. Success is a process. When someone meets you, they should be able to say something that you improve, create, grow, and shape. And if they can't, you may be less relevant. How do you improve the business? How do you create new opportunities? How do you grow a result? How do you shape the future? You gotta be memorable, consistent, and intentional in shaping the power of your personal brand. It means everything matters. Personal appearance, your speech, your network, everything matters. You gotta own your growth to be that good soil. Create a unique way to be remembered so you are not undiscovered. It matters today. Solve a problem, create an opportunity. It matters today. Work to be celebrated for the results that you achieve. It matters today. And know how to be consistent. It matters today. Because the question is, what's the most consistent thing said about you when you're not in the room? Because whatever that is, that becomes your brand. Consistency is more powerful than perfection. You can always course correct. Yes! Yes! You got to be consistent. What do they say about you when you're not in the room? You should know the narrative because you shape the narrative. You got to be intentional. Tell the person next to you what you had for dinner last night. Go. Tell the person next to you what you had for dinner last night. Go. Chicken, salad, fish, tacos. Now, here's the point. Here's the point. Stop the music. Here's the point. Please don't stop the music. Now, here's the point. Here's the point. Most of you know what you had for dinner last night. chicken, salad, tacos, fish, beef. But I asked you a question, how many times did you chew? Most people know what they had for dinner last night, but they don't know how many times you chew. You wouldn't know unless you were intentional to air it out. The things you pay attention to with intention drive retention. So if you're going to be excellent and elevate your career and grow the path to success, you got to be intentional with an attribute that you want to be known for. Because there are people in life who are deliberate and intentional, and there are people in life who let their career happen by chance. And the people who are deliberate and intentional grow their career. So what are you overlooking in preparation for success? And what do you can do with more intention to create more success? That's the power of your personal brand, is to discover, learn, share, and to celebrate, and to also ask questions. The question that you wish someone would ask you, you should be asking. The question you have not asked will change the length and trajectory of your career. There's a question you have not asked, but if you did, it would literally change the trajectory of your career. There's a question that you are asking, and there's a question that you will ask ChatGPT. Your career growth in the future will come from the new questions you ask. So we have to be intentional to make excellence a choice. You got to own your brand impact. Smile at someone right now. Smile at someone. Smile at someone. Right now. Smile at someone. 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 There's an impact that you have. Understand this. Understand this. When you think about your career, are you available or are you a reward? If you are a reward to someone, there's impact in what you do. So be a reward to your stakeholders. Someone gets the gift of working with you. So you got to be a reward, not just available. And you also have to understand that your superpower and your monster will compete. If you have imposter syndrome and you lack confidence, then confidence has to be your best friend. I want to be confident in what I do. I want to be confident in my thoughts, my approach, my solution. You got to put confidence before your imposter, so you're not haunted by your monster. So today, we think about this perspective. It's an opportunity and it's a choice to navigate the power of your brand, to have passion and preparation in your pursuit. Because you're either a target, we got the right person, a bullseye, we amazingly have the right leader, or you missed opportunity because you shrunk in the moment when you needed to rise. So today, in the couple of minutes that I have, I want you to hold you to this perspective. Now, raise your hands. Raise your hand. Now raise it higher. Now wait. 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 Yeah. 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 This is the wave of excellence. We're here in Boston, Massachusetts, Boston, at the Dinner Goose, and we're doing the wave of excellence. The wave of excellence someone needs to. There's this wave that happens every single day. There's this wave. There's this amazing wave that happens when people meet you, when people see you. There's this wave that happens. There's this wave that happens every single day. When people meet you, there's a wave. There's a wave that happens. There's a wave that happens every single day. When people meet you, this amazing group right here in Boston, Massachusetts, and we're doing the wave of excellence. The wave of excellence. Now, here's the point. Here's the point. Here's the point. I said, raise your hands, and you did this. And then I said, raise them higher, and you did this. What did it tell me? You had more. Sometimes in life and in your career, you don't get a second chance to be the best that you can be. So you're coming out like this, or you're coming out like this. It's a choice. Because every single day when someone meets you, there's a wave of excellence created or there's a ripple of silence? The question is, who are you? Who do you want to be? What do you want to be known for? You want to rise to being a leader? There's got to be a wave of excellence associated with you. But the moment that you shrink, not being on camera, not showing up with your brand, not taking the time to do that extra work that it takes, you become a ripple of silence. And someone will silence you. So we have to have a more mentality. Before you go into that meeting, am I doing this or this? Before I go to that job interview, am I doing this or this? It's a choice. Set a high standard the first time. Because you may never get a second chance to be the best that you can be the first time. Yes. Yes. Frank, I'm coming, Frank. I see you. If you fail, fail fast. Let me give Frank some theme music. Frank, ladies and gentlemen, it's Frank. It is Frank. It is Frank. It's Frank. Frank is coming. Now, if you fail, fail fast. If you fail at something, fail fast. Share learning, improve results. How you communicate your brand creates a celebration around you. Your elevator speech matters. Talk with confidence, and people have confidence in you and your brand. And then create an opportunity. What can you improve, create, grow, and shape? If you're doing a job interview, what can you improve, create, grow, and shape that drives value? Elevator speech matters today. Why should we listen to you? It matters today. I'm going to wrap up for Frank. Know how to create your own opportunities. What that means is every single day, you have to understand that you are an unexpected benefit to someone else. Just like when you go on vacation, this happens to you in a room. You didn't pay for it, you didn't request it, you didn't ask for it, it was there. Be an unexpected benefit. Give someone something that they didn't expect to get from you, but they got it from you. Now they trust you more. Your unsolicited value means the questions you ask that they didn't ask you to ask. So what is your unexpected benefit? What is your unsolicited value? How are you delivering that, and how you become the swan to someone who works with you? Always give more than is expected. These will power your career. Have an ask, have a give, have a share. Let me give Frank some theme music. Have a thank and have a celebrate. And then know and master the art of connection. Today, people meet you before they meet you. I'm coming, Frank. They meet you before they meet you. So what that means is understand that your connections matter. Connections build trust. LinkedIn builds trust. It matters today. Always Google your name, but also write yourself a Google review. Write yourself a Google review. Always Google your name. And finally, silence is not an option. Silence is not an option. When you get to your room, ask yourself these two questions. Why am I here? What will I contribute? What will they say when I leave the room? Because you're either present, memorable, or visible, or you're not relevant, invisible, and gone. So, final couple of points. My 9th K, know your expectations, not your limitations. I'm gonna be in the Meet the Authors room in a sec, but I want to give this to this lady here in green. This is for you. I'll sign that for you. Give her a hand. Give her a hand. Final point. Know your expectations, not your limitations. Tell people what they should expect from you so they can look for that in their excellence and view of you. Because if there's no expectation for excellence, you become easily expendable and you don't have a brand. And finally, someone's going to say, I see you. They're going to say it. You have to crow the narrative of what they see. And finally, the 10th K, know your why. Know your why. Final point in closing. That's what I call my special K. Frank, you're going to have to let me do this because I said why I'm talking today is a special day. Sharia, I heard it's your birthday, so I want to give this special K to Sharia. Give her a hand as she comes. 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 Come on up here. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. And finally, you guys have been an amazing, great audience. I want to say this. Be present, make a difference, own your brand, but understand that you have to be intentional in everything you do. The dinner group, Paul, Emerson, Betty, Sharia, Natalie, everyone who's involved, thank you so much for what you do and for bringing us together for this powerful moment of sharing, learning, and excellence. So when you leave these doors from this conference today, we have to leave here better, taller, stronger, faster, with more awareness, more confidence of our brand. And when you do that, you own your excellence. So all I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to welcome Frank back to the stage. Thank you so much. I'm Kaplan Mowbray. Thank you guys so much. Thank you 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 so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kaplan Mowbray. Thank you so much. 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 All right. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow. I don't think anybody expected that. Should we throw some more candy out here? Does anybody want to catch some candy? I don't want to steal your gimmick. Anybody want some candy? Anybody want candy? Wow. I don't think we all had the same thing for lunch. I think he had a different lunch than the rest of us. He had something different. Wow. Good to see you. All right, so slight change in the program and a gentle reminder. I'm hoping all of you, if you're taking pictures or videos, you're sharing them on social media, on Instagram, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. If you're not doing that already, hopefully do it now. Please post hashtag the dinner group. It's also the dinner group, I believe, on Instagram as well, on Twitter. So right now, great time to share. We're going to skip the break. We're going to go right to the next session. I don't know if there's going to be candy again or push-ups or anything like that. I can't promise anything like that. High bar. There's no mask, I don't think, for this next one. But I do want to welcome to the stage Raphael Saul. The next session is called Break the Barrier, Turn Your Ceilings into Floors, and Get to the Next Level. Raphael Saul, come on up.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you. All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Huge disappointment. I'm not doing any push-ups. I don't know what diet Kaplan is on, but my goodness, what energy. Kaplan, you were absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, my brother, for setting the scene like you did. My name is Raphael. I am from the beautiful Caribbean island of Barbados. I'm extremely proud of that because I get to spend so much time in rooms with black and brown people just as beautiful as you, but somehow today seems exceptionally so. Look to the person to your right and left and tell them, if it had not been for you, now you got to really say it. If it had not been for you, I would be the most beautiful person in this room. So. For 35 years of my life, and as you might guess, that has been for almost my entire life, I had the best mentor, supporter, advisor, and friend you could ever ask for. At the most difficult and challenging moments of my life, he always had wise words of advice and truth and guidance that somehow always helped me to shift my perspective and see things differently. Raph, he would say, when someone shows you who they really are, believe them the first time and thank them for telling you. Raph, he would always say, do the best that you can do and do all that you can do until you can do better. But the minute you have the opportunity to do better, you have a responsibility to do better. I lived on these words of wisdom and advice for 35 years of my life. At the end of 2022, when he suddenly took ill, I realized the value and the importance of the nuggets of wisdom that I had received. I lost my dad on Valentine's Day last year. Undoubtedly, it was the hardest day of my entire life. But what has lived on with me has been even more valuable than the absence I now feel. Because what is in me was invaluable compared to what I was experiencing around me. And for all of us, I want that to be our experience. We don't just find ourselves in a room where immeasurable value is being shared, but we find ourselves in a position where we assimilate what's happening in the environment and we internalize that which we need to go to the next level. Somebody say, I'm ready. No, for real, say, I'm ready. So when we were going through his things and preparing for the service, I found so many books of quotes and poems. I figured he'd read them over all the years because the pages were brown and tattered. And there was one that he had a sticky note on. It was his favorite. Thinking, it was called. If you think you dare not, then you don't. If you think you're defeated, then you are. If you'd like to win but think that you can't, it's almost certain that you won't. If you think that you'll lose, then you're lost. For out of this world you will find that success begins in a person's will. It's all in your state of mind. If you think you're outclassed, then you are. You've got to think high to rise. You've got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win the prize. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger woman or man. But sooner or later, the person who wins is the person who thinks that they can. Every person who's come on this stage today, I would consider them to be a very experienced and skilled farmer with the intention of sowing seeds, Anthony, into the lives of every one of us here. But will those seeds fall on good soil? Is the ground prepared to receive that which has been poured out? If it is not, then the investment will produce no return. And we had a good time surrounded by beautiful people. I don't just want to have a good time, I really want to have a good life. I don't just want to have fun, I really want to have good finances. I don't just want a nice, cool time. I want a strong and powerful and amazing and fulfilling career. I'm not just here for a good time. I'm here for greatness. And if we don't make that kind of a determination, we will consistently live below the level of our greatest potential and fool ourselves into thinking that our entire lives were the result of the opportunities we were denied by others, not recognizing that we never went after the things that we ought to have gone after in the first place. I don't know about you. I sat one day in a boardroom and I was legal counsel for a multinational telecommunications company. And someone flew in from Canada and they sat in the boardroom with a huge spreadsheet and everyone's name was on that spreadsheet. And they took out a red pen. God, from school I hated those red pens. And they started to mark names off that spreadsheet. And I saw people around me, my colleagues, my friends that I had worked with for years, tears coming down their eyes because they've got families and they've got mortgages and they've got commitments. And with the mark of a red pen, people's livelihoods were being removed. And I made a decision that day. My family is too important and valuable to be a box on anyone's spreadsheet. Now, don't get me wrong. My dad taught me, you do what you have to do until you can do better. When you get better information, you make better. Come on, somebody help me. You get better information, you get better. Now you have a responsibility to make the decisions that are required for you to have the kind of career and future that you want to have. If you're going to make the rest of this year the best of this year, say, I'm ready. No, for real, y'all playing. You got to say that with your chest. If you know you're certified and bona fide to make all your competitors terrified, and your results this year will be verified, say, I'm ready. It all starts with having the right mindset. This is the foundation. Take your phones out really quickly for me and scan that QR code up on the screen. We're going to be using that to engage on various topics during the course of our time together today. You want to scan that. It's going to take you through the Slido. When you get through the Slido and we get to that point where there's a question that we need you to respond to, then we're going to invite you to do that. So scan it up. Jump on into the Slido, and let's keep this train moving forward. So much value already has come from this stage, and we're going to cap it off here together. So, we are what we repeatedly think. It was so beautifully put in a book written in the 1980s by James Allen, As a Man Thinketh. My favorite book is the book from which that principle came, though. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So are we, so that our lives are really the product of the things that we think. And my question is, if we don't change our stinking thinking, will our lives have an odor or an aroma? We get to determine and choose. So there are three things that I want us to navigate together today. The first is the foundation. How do we develop and cultivate a strong success mindset? The first floor after that, we're going to look at breaking through certain key barriers that you need to in order for you to achieve your next level. And finally, we're going to look at contribution. We're going to look at giving back as a strategic tool to help advance and build your career. If you're ready, say, I'm ready. Good. Here's the foundation. The core component of the success mindset is the idea that we are shifting from a fixed to a growth mindset. The fixed mindset simply postulates that our intelligence and our abilities are immutable and unchangeable. It simply means that there is nothing we can do to improve, grow, develop, or evolve beyond that which we've already mastered. If I suck at this now, I've always sucked at it, and I'm going to suck at it in the future. If I'm great at it now, I've been great at it before, and I'm going to be great at it in the future. We don't grow or evolve in our ability, intelligence, skills, aptitudes, and so on. Let me tell you how this plays out. You go out to dinner with a group of friends in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s. We eat, we drink, we have an amazing time. The waiter brings out the bill, and it's time for us to determine how that bill is going to be split across the entire group. And one of your friends will say something like this: well, somebody else take this because you know I suck at... How do you know? I look them in the face now and I say, how do you know you suck at math? Oh, well, I took a test when I was in elementary school. You're 40 years old. Damn it. Oh, well, you know, when I was in college, there was like all these math courses. I did poorly at them. Here's the craziest thing about us. We will have a temporary experience and determine it means a permanent reality. You walk through a test that you experienced at 7 years old. And here are you, a grown 40-year-old, telling me that because you failed a test at 7 years old, you're going to live the rest of your life as a math failure? We can grow and improve in any area of our lives. But the fixed mindset says, that's who I was. I have always been. The growth mindset says, you see it there on the screen, I can become. It is a powerful shift I want to invite all of us to make. That we don't stay at the place of what we've already mastered. If you know everything that you need to know, you'd already have everything that you needed to have. You'd have all the results that everyone wants to show, and through the back of this room in the doors you can go. But for the rest of us that are still on the path of growth and development regardless of achievement, we recognize that we must preserve the value and treasure of a growth mindset if we are going to achieve and become our best. The core, the kernel, the central feature of a success mindset is that we are growing people. Tell the person next to you, I'm not a tree. Trees, as tall and beautiful as they often can grow to be, they plant roots down in a single spot, and what do? They stay there. You can move, you can grow, you can learn, you can expand, you can evolve. You can be terrible at something 3 months ago and great at it today, but none of that happens if you don't give yourself permission to grow. I need you to do it. So let's look at some key things that help us to develop that growth or evolving mindset. We spelled it out there for you. Gain insights by recognizing fixed mindset traps. There are certain circumstances, like my friends when they go out to dinner, that keep triggering for you that this is an area of weakness. What happens is, you had an interview 2 years ago, and that interview didn't go well. You started telling yourself a narrative that I suck at interviews, and you've stopped applying for new positions. Can I help somebody here? You may have had an interview that did not go well. It doesn't mean you can't learn to improve and have more successful interviews in the future. I want to tell someone in the room today, apply. You're welcome. You've literally been you've been scrolling past that vacancy on LinkedIn, and something keeps telling you don't apply because you know you suck at interviews. Shut up. You've got to know how to silence that voice that keeps trying to disqualify you from your next level. Yes, we know there are systemic things. Yes, we know there are structural things. Yes, we know there are organizational things. But the biggest thing you need to overcome, Anthony, is you. Recognize talent is a starting point. Talent is not all. Talent is literally the beginning. One of my favorite speakers says, when talent comes up against talent, talent is no longer enough. Open yourself to new experiences. Transcend that fear of failure. Can I tell someone in the room, you may have failed, but that doesn't mean you are a failure. Write this down if you're taking notes. My experiences don't have to become my identity. I've walked through it. I have not become it. Welcome continuous learning. Fail forward. Take in constructive criticism. If we don't open ourselves to feedback, we're missing out on blind spots in our career that are key gaps we need to close in order for us to access that next level. But we don't want to hear it because, oh, you're hating on me. Not everyone is a hater. Okay? I feel like our culture is obsessed with hating. Rather, is obsessed with having haters. We've moved to a very strange place where the more haters you have, the more great you think you are. Can I tell you that? No? Not everyone hates you because they point out an area that you need to work on. Hello? Some of us want cheerleaders. We don't want anyone to challenge. I don't just want to be surrounded by people doing this. Oh my gosh, Raphael. You are so amazing. Look at you. Go get him. I want to be surrounded more closely by people, Paul, who will pull me aside and say, Raphael, that wasn't the best way to handle it. The next time I recommend you do A, B, C. I want to be surrounded by people that will call me out when I'm not being my best. I don't want you throwing a party when it gives 60%. If you can look at me and see the potential, I want people around me who will speak to that potential and call it out. And not allow me to sit in a place of mediocrity. And finally, hold yourself accountable and document your progress. What's the first level? Building that successful mindset. Here's the second level. We have to know ourselves so we can grow ourselves. If we don't pinpoint those things that strategically for us are barriers that we need to overcome, we're going to miss it. Next one. So here's where I want your participation. Whether there are beliefs, habits, skills, or people, underline them bold, or people, we need to be aware of that which either positions us for success or sets us up for failure. So do me a favor, get your phones out. The same QR code you scanned earlier. Here's what I want to know. You're going to see it come up on your screen. First question, what are those beliefs? What are those habits? What are those ideas that perhaps you've held and they aren't serving you and they're anything to serve you anymore? They don't help to advance you towards your career. We're dropping them in the Q&A section. That's completely fine too. What are those beliefs and ideas, if we're being honest, that we know these things just don't serve me if I'm going to grow and go to the next level? So I'm seeing some of them come in now. Thank you so much, Kim. Kim on the ones and twos. By that I mean the computer. List those beliefs for me. Fear. False expectations appearing real. That voice that says, I'm not ready yet. Can I piggyback on that one? Someone said to me, Raphael, you can't go to the next level yet. You haven't paid your dues. Consistency. The poverty mindset, fear of failure, being stagnant, making assumptions. Resilience, drive. You're underqualified, you're self-sabotaging. All of these are things that we are carrying with us every day, and they're undermining our progress. So my question is, if we can identify them, can we also be intentional about working on them? That was not a rhetorical question. If we can identify them, can we also be intentional about working on them? We can. I'm not telling you to try to change the entire scheme of things immediately. But maybe you choose one thing, two things, three things, and you decide in this season, in this year, I'm going to work on my self-confidence. I'm going to work on my ability to communicate. I'm going to work on trust. I'm going to work on that self-sabotage. I'm going to work on my perfectionism. Choose something and work on it. It doesn't make any sense you showing up, and I'm not saying that this is the case. Y'all work with me. It doesn't make any sense you showing up on the plantation every day. And not working on the plantation in here. One of my favorite artists, Bob Marley, says, emancipate yourself from my Jamaicans. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Here's the next one. Let's go, Kim. Now, I want you to list those things that you believe, oh, those were the destabilizing ones. Let's just keep it running, Kim. Let's just keep it running. So we can identify the things that aren't serving us. I want us to also be able to identify those things that are serving us. And if you can address those things that are not helping you, I want you to also be able to strengthen those things and those people and those habits and those beliefs that are. For some of you, it's community. And let me just shout out here, what an amazing community the dinner group has created through this conference. Isn't it amazing? We can't take it for granted. Faith, networking, relationships, and so on. So I want us to make sure that as much as we are addressing those things that are weak, we're also strengthening those areas that we need to strengthen. Now let's deal with the big IS in the room. Today is the last day you allow imposter syndrome to rule over you. Period. You are too powerful, you are too valuable, and you have too much to contribute to allow the world to be robbed of your unique excellence and greatness. It's not happening again after today. That unrealistic belief, unsubstantiated by any fact or evidence that you can't, that you shouldn't, that you won't. Where does it come from? A million different sources. But let's unpack it a little bit so we can be empowered to address it. Let's go, Kim. So there are 5 main archetypes of imposter syndrome. It starts with the perfectionist. Now, don't scream at me all at once. People that have anxiety, not over things being done, but over exactly how they need to be done. And it grips you so much that you move yourself into a state of analysis paralysis. You're not moving because in your mind, if it can't be done perfectly, I'm not going to do it at all. The expert. I fear that I might be put in a position, Paul, where I might be shown or exposed to not have all the knowledge that people believe I should have. And because of that fear, I do nothing. The soloist. I feel heavy pressure to handle it on I did it my way. The natural genius stresses over not succeeding, oh my goodness, on the first try. Imagine how many things you would have done by now if you weren't obsessing about whether or not the first time might fail. So what? The reason why that cripples us so much is because we're so caught up in people's perceptions of us. We don't want to be seen as a failure more than we actually don't want to walk through an experience of failure. I want you to free yourself from the opinions of people because I've never seen an opinion on a bank account. The superhuman feels guilty if they don't please everyone. I'll tell you a story about that in a second. The superhuman feels guilty if they don't please everyone. If I can't create a result that's going to make every single person happy, then I'm not doing anything at all. So, I want to scan the room really quickly. Let's go, Kim. Back to your Slido again. You should see a question pop up there now. Which archetype do you think best describes you? I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Are you that perfectionist? I'm not doing, oh my gosh. I'm not doing anything because it's got to be done perfectly. Are you that expert? If I try, people might feel like I've shown myself up to not be the most knowledgeable person in the world. The soloist, I did it. The superhuman, I'm not going to try because I can't figure out a way to make every single person happy. Or the natural genius, look, I need to get it right on the, and if I can't get it right on the first try, I'm not doing it. Let me tell you why this exercise on the screen right now is so powerful and important. Because IS, imposter syndrome, thrives in an environment of IS, isolation and solitude. I want you to look at that screen and realize you are not the only person who struggles with perfectionism. Hello? You are not the only person who struggles with feeling like I don't want to try because then other people might feel I'm not the most knowledgeable. You're not the only soloist. You're not the only superhuman. You're not the only natural genius, or maybe you are because you're all geniuses. But I want us to recognize that we have to debunk this myth, this story, that we're all going through it alone. Here's your cheat sheet. Beat opinions with evidence. It's crazy. We believe the idea that we can't do it more than we believe our own portfolios that show the work we've actually done. Audit your own work. It's going to show you that you're more capable than you realize. Reframe those negative thoughts. Examine the facts. Acknowledge and release your feelings and keep track. Document and audit your work. Share it with someone. And I'm going to add a bonus. Can I add a bonus? Break. Let's go with an S. Breaks. I want you to shout your own story. I don't know if it happens as much in the U.S. as it does in the Caribbean. Let me just talk about my own reality. In the Caribbean, I realize we as a people, we struggle so hard with tooting our own horn. We struggle. If you ask us what we're not good at, we can list the whole set of things off. But if I ask you for 30 seconds just to tell me what makes you great, tell me what you do and do well, it's like, you're not sure? Can I tell you? First of all, you're fearfully and wonderfully made. Let's start there. Here's the second thing, though. I like to tell people this. Here's the second thing. When you know what you are, it is easy to become very comfortable with what you're not. I am super comfortable with someone saying Raphael is not a great organizer. Oh, really? It took you 35 years to realize that? I know. I am super happy with people saying that I'm a little bit forgetful from time to time. Like, you got to keep Raphael on track because he has great intentions and good energy, but he might not hit all those things exact. I know. But here's what you do have to say. Because I'm going to tell you. I'm not waiting for you to formulate a convincing enough story about me to make me feel good. I've got a story, and I'm always ready to tell it. Hey, my name is Raphael Saul. I am 36 years old. I started my career in law. I argued matters all the way up to the Supreme Court and loved every second of advocacy. What I did not like was dealing with all the clients. So I decided that I would move on to legal counsel in a large company. I was really good in the legal department, but they found that my greatest skill was when I was standing on my own 2 feet. And they sent me all across the region to negotiate their sales contracts. It taught me sales. I learned leadership. I learned management, negotiation, and a host of other skills. Then I realized, snap, y'all made me so valuable. Imagine what the marketplace is going to pay me. So I took a step back out of that company for a sec, and I went out and I started to build a company in the market, consulting and speaking. I've never been great at anything, but from the time I was 6 years old, they put a mic in my hand and they said, Raphael, boy, if it's one thing you're going to do is you're going to talk. I remember the years of the report cards coming home, and they say, Raphael, snap, mathematics, 95, English, 95, science, 95, health, 95, physical education. Okay, no. Skip the physical education. I am not Kaplan. But at the bottom of the report card, it would always say, Raphael is an amazing student, but he talks too much. I had the beautiful opportunity of meeting up with one of my elementary school teachers recently, and she's like, Raphael, look at you now. And I said to her, you were so right. You can't imagine what they're paying me to talk now. And it helps me from time to time remind myself of who I am. Getting comfortable with who I'm not, but reminding myself of who I am. So I play to my strengths. Here's the third pillar, and then we're going to land the plane. Our ability to concisely and convincingly and compellingly communicate our professional worth and value is one of the most powerful tools to grow our career. The time, the age, the season where you had narratives like, I'll let my work speak for itself, that chapter has closed. When you go home, write it on your mirror. My work, as great as it is not going to advocate for me. I know that hurts a little bit. I know. All right? Let it sit on the chest and take some acid reflux medicine after. Okay? We are great at what we do. We are technically very skilled. But what we need to learn to do is strategically, Frank, I see you, advocate, Frank, for yourself. I want you to add that if you want to break through to the next level. So when that door is opened, many of us sit down and we're like, well, I hope they call me. Anybody ever felt that way? If we're going to be honest, the door opens and you sit back and you say, well, I've done all this great work. Well, I've been on these great projects. I hope that my managers see that. I hope they know they can trust me. They must know I can do it, right? Or you walk in telling you confidence is a superpower. You walk into that room and you say, hi, let me just remind you, in case it has somehow slipped your memory. My name is Raphael Saul. I remember working on that project. It was a fantastic experience. I am happy to have been able to contribute my leadership, contribute my ideas, and to give guidance to the others who are on the team. During that experience, my natural ability to lead was sharpened and honed even more so. I am also very happy that that project existed in the context of a broader portfolio because it helped me to understand the importance of connecting the dots. Seeing how one project speaks to another, and understanding the whole roadmap within which this work fits. In addition to the main track, I was also able to improve this skill, and that skill, and these skills. And the great thing is, you might not be able to ask everyone at the company, but one person I know for sure that can speak for me is Paul. What story does that tell? Versus, man, I hope they call me. I love you, but we can't have the audacity to be upset when we're not called. If we never raised our hands and spoke for ourselves. So, cheat sheet. You want to be able to concisely communicate your value your worth. If you don't know what you're valued, I promise you, the market is going to undervalue you every single time. You ask someone, so how much does this cost? The person says to you in return, how much are you prepared to pay? Value is subjective. We have to be the ones that know our own value and we communicate it as that. I'll tell you a quick story at the end. Allow specific examples. Don't be vague or general, like I am good at leadership. Like I am great with people, because we know you don't like people. We know. We've been seeing you. Leverage the right channels, know who to go to, when to go to them, how to go to them, use confidence and be authentic like my guy Kaplan, engage in intentional opportunities and improve your communication skills. When I just started speaking, I remember I was starting to get a little bit of attention. There was a teacher who wanted me to come in and speak to her class because really that's what I was doing mostly at the time. I was doing it for free. When they had the trouble classes that were not doing any work and were disrupting the whole school, they called me and I said, Raphael, boy, you got to speak to these kids. And I go and I pour into these children. So one time I got the guts. I was going to say something else. I got the guts to say to this one teacher who called me, I'll let you know what my requirements are. There was a collective gasp. I imagined on the phone that she clutched her pearls. She said, requirements? I said, yes, this is like a service that I provide. So she said, people pay you for this? I'll tell y'all, it wasn't the person you see standing before you now. I was gutted. I was only asking her for $150. Can I be fully transparent? I was asking her for $150 to come in and speak to this school. And her response, it crushed me, Frank. That's my guy. That's my best friend. He knows what I got to do on the stage. It crushed me, y'all. And for years, I stopped believing in my own value because someone else couldn't see it. I want to help somebody. You can't depend on an external source to establish an internal identity. So, it took me a couple of years, but I mustered up the courage years after a company invited me to speak, Anthony, and they said, well, what would you charge? I'm like, ooh, well, this is different. I said, I'll charge $1,500. And they were like, no problem. I'm like, ooh, oh, we're rich now. Everything changed for me when that company agreed to pay me $1,500. I felt like there's so much validation here now. Everything in my life changed, though, when I was invited out of the country by a company. They asked me, well, how much would you charge? I said to them, well, what's your budget? Y'all are being honest, all right? They said, Natalie, we'll pay you $15,000. Y'all, I dropped the phone. I picked it back up. Oh, I'm sorry, that was my audacity. Just when you know your worth and your value, you know what to accept, you know what to reject, you know what to say yes to, you know what to say no to, you know how to stand on business when you're going to stand on business and get what you need and get what you deserve. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't want you to be communicating value you do not possess. God don't like liars. I want you to actually, I tell people all the time, my biggest flex is that I actually want to be that guy. I don't want you to gas me up and get me an opportunity. I want to be that guy. I want to be the person who's actually skilled, who's actually competent, who's actually certified, who can actually make a difference in this space. I want to be that guy. I don't want you to look at me and say, oh, he talks really pretty, and give me an opportunity when there is no substance there. I want to be that husband. I want to be that father. I want to be that guy. That is my goal. Why? Because improvement will expose dishonesty. If you lie to get there, the lie is not going to keep you there. I want y'all to be valuable for real. Let's land the plane, Kim. So, grab that cheat sheet. You're going to have it. Let's keep it running. I want to land the plane here. It's super important and valuable. Actually, if you want to add icing on the cake, I want you to recognize that contribution and giving back will allow you more opportunities sometimes than you could ever realize. I want to invite you and encourage you. Find opportunities that look like the challenges and the pain that you've been through and be intentional about giving back. The things that you suffered and struggled to get through, you might be the open door that somebody else needs. And when you find those opportunities, you might be surprised who else comes alongside that says, oh, you're interested and passionate about this too? Be interested in things outside of work. Don't just be like a boring Betty. Right? Have interests like sports, like music, like dancing, and be open to exposing yourself to environments where there are other people with shared interests. When you do, you might be surprised the doors that it opens for you. Here's the last thing. Go to the very last one, Kim. You're going to get that. I want to invite you all to read a book. It's called The 7 Laws You Must Honor in Order to Have Uncommon Success. It's by Mike Murdoch. One of the laws that he gives is this one. You must honor that which you want to access. If you want doors to open for you, be a door for somebody else. And here's the last thing I'll say. As my best friend in the world, Frank, waits patiently alongside the stage. The screen after this, by the way, is going to have a QR code for you to download the cheat sheets and all the notes from this session. So I want to invite you to do that. And here's the last thing that I'll say before I go. When I first started speaking, there were some people I absolutely fell in love with. I started listening to Earl Nightingale. I started listening to Les Brown and Jim Rohn. You roll the clip back, I watched so many videos in black and white, it's unbelievable. Crackling audio just to get the value I needed to improve myself. But one of the things that has been the greatest contributor to how much I've grown and done has been this quote. And I'll leave you with it. I'm leaving them with it, Frank. Love you, brother. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time and your peace and your sleep for it, if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life feels useless and worthless without it, if you'll gladly sweat for it, and fret for it, and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, if you'll only go after that thing that you want with all your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold, poverty, famine, or galt, sickness or pain of body or brain can keep you away from the thing that you want. If dogged and grim, you besiege and beset it, then by the help of God, you will surely get it. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Gem of the Caribbean Sea, one nothing with me. I am a virgin, I'm a virgin. Yeah, 166 square miles of pure love, pure smile. I am a virgin, yeah, I'm a virgin.
Wow. What a way to end the conference. Just a great day of conversation, speeches, inspiration, activation. It's really been great to be here with all of you. Again, from the time that I discovered the dinner group, Emerson and Paul, I've really been welcomed in. It's really helped me personally and professionally. I think many of you have shared the same experience with the women's dinner group or the men's dinner group. Either way, what a great conference. But it's not over. The sessions are over, but the conference certainly isn't over. There's a career marketplace that's going to go on right after I walk off the stage. As soon as you walk out the door, it's directly next door. You should check out the career marketplace. Of course, there's other events. There's a mixer later today. But if you are looking for an opportunity, career marketplace right next door. Also a reminder, please share your pictures, your videos. It's not too late to take a picture and post it. Get the word out if you enjoy the experience that you had here today. Want to make sure that this event is supported going forward, not only by attendees, but also by sponsors. The more visible you make it, the more of an opportunity that Paul, Sharia, Betty, this whole entire group, this entire organization will have to keep this going. So one big round of applause for them first and foremost. So again, thank you for letting me be your moderator. I hope you had a great experience. Please tell the organizers if you had a great experience. Please post your pictures. And one more reminder, the Career Marketplace is right next door. And have a great day. Thank you. Actually, a little bit more. Let's a little bit more. Sit down, sit down. Sorry. Did too much.
Sounds good. All right, because we have to do a quick little set of thank yous right before everyone head out. Just a couple more minutes, promise, then we'll be all done. We caught up on our time, which is beautiful. All right, so I'm gonna keep mine short. We just wanted to say thank you to all of our speakers, all of our panelists that really shared and dropped some knowledge for us this whole day. I had a few quotes, but I'm gonna leave that. Probably will post them so you guys remember all the great things that was said today. Also want to make sure people take pictures outside next to our Trailblazers recipients. So Hector, Quincy, and our Sheroes, Pamela and April. So congratulations to them. We really are just so impressed with all the work that they're doing. And then we got to say thank you to our production team, Maven's World, Signature Events, Boston Pro Sounds, DJ Nalad, Christian Neal, and our photographers, Ronald and Obi, who just also volunteered to take headshots right outside if you're looking for your new headshots, but at LinkedIn, so Obi, thank you, Obi. And videographer, Nunu, I knew I was going to pronounce his name, so apologies, Nunu. And of course, the convention center, the team behind the scenes, thank you for all the cleaning and catering staff, making our day a success. Paul.
All right. So last set of thank you and announcements. Just one second. This has been an amazing conference. I don't know about you, but I've had a great time. And thank you to all the people that Sharia mentioned. Thank you to the people who are cleaning up after us, who set up for us, the convention center staff, who has been wonderful. Our team, you know who you are. You've been amazing, right? Connie, Natalie, Sharia, Betty, Anna, Emerson, my partner in crime. The speakers today have been amazing. I learned so much from each and every one of them, from Lucy to Anthony to Kaplan. Christina. Where's Christina? Oh my God, Christina Bryant, who's been an amazing collaborator and part of our team. I knew I'll forget something, so, you know, it always happens. And Kaplan, a great, terrific speaker. Our sponsors are special. Some of you have been with us for many years, so I sincerely want to thank you because of you, we are able to make this conference free, because of you. So thank you to our sponsors, all of you. And as Emerson mentioned, if you're not a sponsor, if you're part of a company that would like to sponsor, get in touch with us, any of the names that I mentioned, and we'll make sure to get you in there, whether you want to host an event or whether you want to be part of this conference for next year. But I'm grateful to all of you. Lastly, we have the authors, so the 6 authors you're going to meet, including Anthony and Kaplan, so please stop by, talk to them, buy their books. We have the career marketplace. Please stop by to see our sponsors. We have the small businesses there. We have a networking mixer tonight where we're going to celebrate us today. So on the agenda, on your table tents, there's a QR code that has the agenda. There's another code there. Please get a ticket for tonight at the Grand, right down the street. You can walk from here. Starts at 5:30 p.m. And we'll celebrate Shari on her birthday today. And all those who are what is it? What is the sign? Virgo. So we'll celebrate all the Virgos season. And the Libras, who's starting next week. All right. So and lastly, I told Michael James, I hope he's still in the room, that I would ask him to stand up, and anyone who is part of when we started over 20 years ago and you sat down at a dinner with us down at Legal Seafood, Private Room, or any of the other restaurants where we used to, Frank, you're one of them, please stand up because you were part of that, and because of you, we're here today. So the original OGs, right? Pete Pedro was in the room earlier. And so I don't want to underscore how important that was, because that vision, we talked about this way back then, over 20 years ago, and here we are. So thank you so much. Please go on and continue, and we'll see you tonight at the Grand.